gonna be one of those days, I see. Well,
Very nice.
it's one of those days where, hey, look, we're live on Twitch.
Hey,
Yeah.
hi.
Hey.
Because we're back with another episode of the Moonrise campaign. Because we're nerds and we didn't take any break over Christmas, so here we are.
We don't need break.
And,
This is
and the pandemic and all that, we're gonna completely ignore the fact that we have two players sharing a space right now. But pandemic, that's a thing. Don't be responsible, as I'm sure
Yeah.
they are. So why doesn't someone
I
tell
hope
me
so.
what happened last week so we can get away from that awkward tangent?
Okay, because I agreed to do it again. Okay, so last week started with because of reasons. Kenna went out to get some food in the morning before we traveled to the meteorite. So between Nikolai, Gwen, and Edelweiss, they went down to check on Kalina before they left. Edelweiss brought up the whole situation that came up with the crystal. Gwen, being the first one there and the one who saw most of it, elaborated, sharing what happened, so Kalina is aware that there might be danger, which she appreciates. Edelweiss also admits that they came down there because, due to the thievery that happened, robbery, they rather that their violin be kept somewhere safe and warmer than usual, which they gladly decide to take. She also mentions that she does have, just in case, she's pretty good if anyone needs help if they're sick or ill or anything. Just keep that in mind. Lars hangs by the stairwell and likewise also has something he wants to let her hold on to a bit, which is Portia, because he worries that traveling with her, especially with the lack of materials, would probably not be super good for a pupper. Anyways, Kenna gets back, prepares food, and everyone starts on the journey. First part's pretty simple, head in that general direction. It's when they start getting onto the more higher terrain where they notice, okay, so apparently the meteorite had hit the side of the mountain. They saw some signs of it while traveling, but it's kind of a somewhat sheer cliff, and no one has climbing gear. So after a bit of debating, they decide to try to find different routes, because Kenna says there's probably more routes to get up there, and there were. It was a bit safer, but still, in meta ways, it was a lot of skill contests to climb up, but it was made much easier by the fact that Kenna turned to a black bear that could climb. Everyone tied themselves up with rope, and together they were able to make it up. Not too many casualties, just a little bit. The real difficult point was they had come across this lake, a frozen lake, not much other way around it, and as Gwen and Kenna soon discovered, the ice could crack at any moment. Edelweiss and Lars head to the left, Kenna and Nikolai to the middle, and Gwen to the right side. Well, as you can see, the general map. Okay. Starting from the least trouble to most trouble. Edelweiss got across rather simple. Made over halfway, misses up to the rest. Lars had a bit of difficulty, decided to climb instead of risking walking for the ice. Fell down, but the ice was fortunately frozen enough not to crack underneath him, and he was able to make it across. I believe with a bit of help from Gwen, who had a bit of trouble, but because of her keen hearing, could hear the cracks before breaking through the ice and falling in. Threw Lars a rope, and they got across, if I'm correct. I might have messed up that detail. Now, Kenna, she had an area that cracked behind her. Though, because of her cantrip, she was able to freeze ice below her. Which is important because, unfortunately, Nikolai fell through the ice, and she was able to pull him back up. He was able to cast levitate on himself to start floating above, like a balloon, this rope. But he started getting really cold from the frozen water and hitting the even colder air and wind, which made him start taking exhaustion points. Safely kind of got them across and tested. On the other side, okay, I'm getting too detailed. Kenna tests out and sees Nikolai's reflexes terrible. He's starting to suffer from moderate hypothermia, and she starts not panicking, but trying to figure out where they can find shelter quickly. Kind of out of her usual area, she decides to call upon Hala, who she met the other day, and successfully contacts her. Hala tells that there is a druid tunnel nearby, and they can seek shelter there. Kenna transforms to a goat. Everyone puts Nikolai on her back, and they find this mountain wall with a movable rock face, with a bit of fire to open it. Everyone heads inside, puts Nikolai down, and at this point we're kind of trying to discover what's inside and make sure Nikolai doesn't get any worse than he already is. Considering his consciousness is kind of quickly fading. Especially Gwen. Gwen's going to help out quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty thorough.
Went a little long-winded at one point. Sorry, but I hope that was better.
Does anybody have anything to add? No, I didn't think so. In which case, we all find ourselves having walked through an unusually worked tunnel cut into the side of the mountain, hidden behind a magical door that takes you into an open cavern where there is a cold stream running through it. Off to the side, there's a raised platform with a small pit dug into the stone, which is scorched with fire marks. Off to the side, there are a couple of wooden pegs, sort of, and shelves arranged where there are dried goods and skins of some sort of liquid. We could assume water, if we'd be so daring. And you all have come in carrying the shivering form of Nikolai, who, after being plunged into the freezing cold water, has only been descending. And I think perhaps foreshadowing a little bit more is that Nikolai, attempting to peer into the future to help himself figure out the best course of action given where he was at, realized that after a point in time, if certain decisions were made incorrectly, he could not peer any further, meaning his ability to see into that future stopped and ceased. So, you have found yourselves in this druid's refuge that Tala informed Kenna of its location. Nikolai, freezing. What are the steps that are going to be taken to care for poor Nikolai? What are we doing?
First things first, wet clothes off. Wet
Okay.
clothes off, start applying dry layers, warm layers, and try to insulate him from the cold ground.
Well, where are the dry clothes coming from?
I have an extra set of traveler's clothes that's going to be the base layer, and then I am going to give him my coat, and try to source any other layers that can be spared from any other members of the party since we're all out of the cold right now.
Does the cloak I give him, should it be dry before it can provide any help, or will at least help a little while wet? That's a question.
No, absolutely not. It has to be dry.
I thought it was because he was wet underneath and he freezing, just to make sure.
The cloak is still wet, which will start the issue over again. Like, yes, it is magically enchanted to allow people to tolerate sub-zero climates, but
I'm just wondering if it would be it being wet makes it worse, or it doesn't help as much as it could.
It would help for a few minutes until his now dry clothes become wet again, and then it would start descending back below terrible.
Okay.
Do we have a fire going?
Kind of.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Because there was firewood available.
Me and Lars got fresh water bucketed from the available water source, and then I started a fire.
A little closer to Owl Hardy.
Alright, so the fire started. There is a bucket of water that has been gathered from the nearby stream. Nikolai is in a set of dry traveler's clothes that are just a tad bit too big for him in a somewhat comedic fashion.
No, my extra cold weather gear was on my horse.
Hmm.
It sucks.
Hmm.
Yeah, so stop. I've got as many layers as I can get on him.
Yeah. Question: how much can I stand? How much can I weather with a little bit less cold weather gear, which is currently on me? I believe. Yeah.
You are fine in this weather.
Without cold weather gear.
To put it
I have it on in case.
yeah, to put it simply, well, you know, here I'm gonna peek at your sheet real quick because there is one detail in particular that matters the most for this.
What?
Okay, maybe I don't know where I know where I would find it. Okay, well I'm gonna go here. No, nuts. I don't care. It's just easier to ask. Do you have cold resistance?
Yes.
Okay. You technically, for the most part, with the exception of some extreme circumstances, such as being dipped in a frozen lake, you can do fine in this weather without cold weather gear on.
Then I will give Gwen, who's tending to Nikolai, my out close, which is cold weather gear. Well, at least the top layer, cold weather gear, and work on trying to dry the cloak.
Okay. How are you going to work drying the cloak?
This is kind of basic, but I'm trying to like hold it up towards the fire so it'll get dry.
Okay. Yeah, not a fast process, but a sure one. It'll just take some time.
If there's some kind of, I don't know, like some place like a chair where I can hold it so I don't have to hold it.
There are no chairs. There are some rocks that are gathered around the fire pit, which are clearly used for seats, but there are no standard chairs.
I meant like anything I can kind of prop it up.
Yeah, there are rocks. You can there's something suitable. You can kind of drape it over near the fire.
Are there any furs that we can find in this rest area, like hung up or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay.
In the small section, there's a small raised platform of rock, which nearby, lined against the wall, there are a couple of bundles of furs, large enough that they look like they're used for blankets. It's a pretty obvious sleeping area.
Yeah. So Lars would, after he'd dropped off the water near a place of fire, would go get as many furs as he can carry and bring them over towards where Nikolai is, and he'll lay one down and suggest that he lay in it and we put another one over top of him. And he would also test it first to see if it was dry as well, because obviously being in a cave it might be slightly moist.
They are dry. They're treated in a manner that doesn't allow them to really gather moisture, and they are large. They are bear furs, so they are suited for easily wrapping a whole person in one, no problem.
Excellent. We can make a Nikolai burrito. Yeah, Lars would say.
You don't want to make them too warm, but.
Yeah, I was like, I
yeah, it's a gradual process.
I found these skins. Maybe we can use them to, warm him up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll take those and use them to just make a barrier between him and the ground, which we don't really have much of just yet. And then, how many skins?
There are 6 in total in the cave. Given their size and mass, I suspect Modahain can probably carry about 2 comfortably.
I was probably gonna say 2. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, one to sort of lay out under him, and then one to
Go on.
wrap around him.
Okay. So Nikolai is pretty well layered at this point.
And another to make a
Keeping an eye
pillow
on
for
him.
him.
Well,
Just keeping an eye on him, making sure his breathing stays steady. And
let's find out. Nikolai, make me another Constitution saving throw. Let's see how you're doing.
Oh boy. Oh.
You're still not quite there, Nikolai. You have a shiver that is gathered inside your bones that you can't seem to shake. You have the edges of your extremities that are prickling and on fire, which your book reading tells you is a good thing because it means you can still feel your nerves. It's whether or not if you can get to it in time to actually save them. You're not out of the woods, but you could definitely be in worse shape.
so he's not getting any better, but he's not getting any worse. About how long does it take us to realize it or pick up on that?
Probably after like 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
When you've had an opportunity to properly regulate his temperature a bit.
All right. Are there any sorts of pots, bowls, anything? Mess kit in here?
No, just the buckets near the stream.
Is it windy in this cave?
It is not.
Would
Okay, that's fine. I was thinking about making a windbreak.
I'll ask around to see if anybody brought a mess kit. And I want to. Would the water in my water skin be? Would it be like cold from being out in the elements, or would it be warmer by now?
Did you have the water skin closer to your person or just in your pack?
It would have just been like on my hip.
It's probably drinkable, and it's still going to be a bit cold. It's not going to be warm by any stretch. That bucket of water near the fire is probably going to be warmer by now.
Okay. All right.
I was gonna say, does Nikolai have a water? Did Nikolai bring a water skin on him? Because that should be fine because of the cloak.
I just toss the water that is in my skin to the side.
So, you have to remember, the cloak doesn't make things warm. It just
No, the
allows
cloak
a
prevents
humanoid-
It prevents it from freezing.
No, that's not what Dyer said. It allows a humanoid to withstand sub-zero.
Oh no, I'm talking about the water skin.
Yeah, but the water skin would... It's not... The cloak doesn't protect the water skin. It protects the person wearing it.
And what was that? I'd have to reread it then. Because all I know is it protected some objects from cold weather.
Yeah.
As long as you have it on. As long as you have it on you.
Well, his water skin is not in a good position to be used. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Kenna if she'll lend me like a cup. Or what all goes in a mess kit?
It says that it has a cup, simple cutlery, the box clamps together, one side can be used for cooking pan and the other as a plate or a shallow bowl.
Okay.
So it's enough utensils for one person to make and eat a meal.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ask her if I can borrow that cup, and I'm gonna have how cold? What temperature is the water in the bucket next to the fire?
Getting warmer. Not quite room temperature, so it's about like 70 degrees.
So cool, but not cold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just like prop Nikolai up and have him like take sips of that water and just try to keep him hydrated.
All right. Nikolai, make me a Constitution check. Which, in your case, is the same as a save. Yeah, it's a check. We're just seeing how well you take to keeping water down.
That's a 12.
Okay. there's some hacking and some coughing involved where he sputters up some of it, but you're getting some water down.
Yeah, I'm gonna just give him a chance to recover from that and like clear his airway before trying that again.
Yeah, no, that covers multiple attempts.
Okay. And maybe ease off that one for a second. Fortunately, I cannot do blood infusions or a warm saline drip. Yeah, just keeping an eye on him. If it looks like he's still not improving at this juncture, probably add another skin. And again, just keeping an eye on how warm he's getting and how he's doing.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in this moment before I'm going to ask for another saving throw?
I mean, how much time has passed?
About a half hour at this point.
Are there any tents in the cave?
No.
Okay. Anything besides large bear skins that would be used as a cover?
A person? Or just in general?
No, in general.
No, not really.
The old equivalent of a tarp.
There are no canvas or tarp related objects here. No.
Okay.
Lars will say, do we have tea available so that we can give him?
He's not
Something-
taking it well right now.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. It's tape.
Yeah, I know. But I don't want him to aspirate. Yeah, we don't need to be doing ye old CPR in this cave right now, Kyle. Would I know if my heal or lay on hands would be at all useful in this situation?
That's a great question. I don't know if you'd know. I think you have a good idea of the general limitations of your healing abilities. And it generally does not, I lost my word. It generally doesn't encompass dealing with extreme circumstances like this.
DM,
Yes.
do I need to roll a medicine to see how much Kenna knows about medicine as much as I know about medicine?
That's probably helpful, yeah.
Okay. What is it?
Do I need similar question but different?
Mhm.
So 15.
I mean, Kenna's pretty in the know, especially since her people live in a climate not too dissimilar to this. It'd be important to be able to handle circumstances such as this.
Okay. Just because we've always done assumptions on water skins, what's the material a water skin is made out of?
That's a wonderful question. I always...
Item is not actually listed with the description, just 4 pints of liquid.
I always assumed it was a treated, either a treated animal skin or a treated animal innard of some kind, like a stomach.
Okay. Okay, because I was assuming some kind of like leather.
Yeah, like I said, skin or innard, one or the other. Usually take your pick, really.
Okay. So it would be fair to assume that, well, at least one of the 2 skins that kind of has the leather one.
Sure.
I would like to take I would have, at that point, either at this moment Kenna would, or Kenna would have about 10 minutes ago, at the first,
Hargy, get a bit closer.
at the first bit of him not getting worse but not getting better, and warmed up the water skin with the water in it with the fire that we made.
All right. No, that's perfectly reasonable.
And then for however long that takes afterwards, would then go and take the warm water skin and go place it beneath the fur, up against his feet, up against the bare skin of his feet.
Okay. It's good thinking. I will take that into account on the DC for his role that I'm going to ask for.
And then would also make sure that his legs are semi-elevated to make sure that his body is focusing on warming his core instead of his further phalanges,
Mm-hmm.
because they won't get lost with the wind being gone. They'll just stay whole.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't continue to get better, Kenna would slowly begin to undress heavy clothing and then lay with him.
Okay. Well, let's find out. Nikolai. Constitution saving throw.
Yeet. Hey!
Well, there you go. The collective attention and care from the group is starting to pay off. Nikolai, you are beginning to feel, a great deal of discomfort. Being dunked in frozen water when you have, just many tiny little bone fractures, not comfortable at all. But you're starting to get feeling back in the places that are important, and your senses and mind are beginning to clear a bit as you feel yourself slowly begin to warm up. This would become very clear to those of you keeping an eye on him.
How much time has passed at this moment?
About 40 minutes.
Oh, I just want to know how warm this cloak is.
Yeah, it's
Not
about
sure if it's gonna be useful yet, but yeah.
about 40
Anyone could
minutes.
use it, so. Now we can just give it to Mars. How is it? What's the dryness status as I'm asking?
It's damp. So usable by somebody if they really needed to, but it could still be a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I'll keep tending to the every once in a bit to get it as dry as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, it appears Nikolai is probably out of the worst part of this scenario. What's everyone kind of doing at this point?
I mean, Lars will be trying to tend to a camp to like get a fire going. Just basically just camp maintenance at this point until the group are ready to make a suggestion to move on. He'll probably say like, would it be worth splitting the group, keeping Nikolai here warm, and going to see to the meteor crash site?
No.
No? Okay.
I feel like the people who are best
We
equipped
almost
to
died out there.
And
Here all together.
taking care of Nikolai are the people who want to be searching for it, so we're staying here, I think.
Gwen is just hovering.
As much as I would like to stay here and be nice, I just don't want to run into any of the people who owns this cave. That is all. Not out of fear, but out of decency, if anything.
Look, Kenna.
I don't know if anyone is going to show up anytime soon or not. I don't see it as a problem if they do, as long as I'm here.
I mean,
Uh,
let us say, for example, if we left him here to someone care for him, and we go and quickly examine the meteor site, he'll be exposed to the elements again. But when we come back, he might have improved further, and we can take him back. I was just making sure that if we do all go together, he has to be in very good shape, and we don't know how long that's going to be. We might be here for some
We
time.
all work together and somebody gets hurt or killed, and he's back here, and it takes us twice as long to get back.
I don't think it's worth risking several lives for something we don't even know will be anything of importance.
Lars, remember why you're here. She just tucks back into what she was doing.
DM, did I have to cuddle Nikolai, or
No,
did he start getting a little bit before I cuddled up?
he was improving before.
Okay. You did mention that the cave resealed itself.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And you would know exiting would more or less require the same method of entry. So a little druidic magic.
So just looks like we're settled in for a minute.
Well, how long are you guys going to rest here?
Depends how well Nikolai is in the next, I don't know how long. Probably until he gets better. Seems like the consensus?
How lucid is he right now?
Lucid enough to have a conversation.
Can he feel all of his extremities? Or are they...
Yes, with a great deal of discomfort, but he can feel them all.
Yeah. At this point, I'm gonna start, there's a bowl. Fill the bowl with lukewarm water. Soak his hands in it. Try to ward off frostbite. What time of the
yeah.
day is it?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What time of day is it?
It is approximately just past 1.
Okay.
You guys have a couple of hours of daylight left.
Alright. And it took us... what? 5 hours to get here? More or less?
Yeah, about that, with the full hiking time from the fort to the edge of the mountain range, past that point to where you saw the meteorite landing, to where you climbed up, to where you went through the lake, to where you got to here. So yeah, roughly that.
Yeah. Alright, so it sounds like we are spending the night in this cave.
Lars will point out the other skins that he's. I mean, I don't know if they're very obvious, but he'll point out that the other skins that can be used for temporary bedrolls, if needs be.
Yeah, the cave is arranged in such a way that everything's purpose is fairly obvious, including the raised platform near the fire pit where all the skins were originally found.
Lars will take his skin and move it nearer towards the entrance, and he will tie up the string. And what he'll do is, when he gets into bed, he'll tie the string to like his hand, and kind of like adjust it just in case anyone pops up.
Okay.
He wants to. He's only doing it because he just wants to know that there's gonna be people there. He doesn't want to do it for any we're being attacked. It's like I just want to know that people are here so I can be awake to watch them.
Well, It's pretty easy to have forgotten, given how rapidly we moved through it. To get to where you are now, there is about a 100-foot-long rock tunnel you guys climb through where the entryway is at the end of. So, yeah, I mean, if you basically want to do that near the entryway to this cavern, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm
Very
really
well.
Sure that Nikolai ends up on that platform after a while. Enough time has passed.
Simple enough. He is a small boy. You can move him.
I guess. Wait, you're gonna say something, Hargy?
You can say something?
I was just saying something that Nikolai handed the first, that they took off the platform, so putting the first back on the platform with Nikolai.
Yeah.
Yep.
All together.
Raise your volume maximum. Can't hear anything.
Some like sensitivity, but not volume.
We've been fooling with it, I promise.
I cannot hear what you guys say half the time. You guys gotta be clearer.
Should we just start shouting?
Yes.
No?
At least I'm
No.
having a bit of difficulty hearing half of what you guys say, honestly.
I mean, yes, it is a challenge, but shouting isn't the answer.
Otherwise is just gonna be on standby as working on finishing that cloak and just staying around if anything is needed. If not, then they're just gonna,
Well, are you guys bunking down for the night here? Is that the general consensus at this point?
I mean,
believe
we're working
so.
on Nikolai, so
I think
move
we
him
are
just
getting
yet.
down for the night.
He could,
to keep an eye, we have to keep an eye on his progress.
a short rest. He would, since he's coming back. He'd suggest just resting a little bit, let all his faculties come back, and then seeing from there. So a short rest, an hour wouldn't be remiss.
All right, well, I suppose let's start with a short rest then. So you guys will hunker down for an hour. The cave will warm up significantly, making everything a bit more comfortable. I'll move the clock forward an hour. Short rest abilities come back. You're welcome to roll hit dice. Do what feels right.
Also,
Hey.
I was gonna say just try working on drying Nikolai's clothes as well. If that wasn't if I had to say that first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have an hour to do it, so good to know. At the end of the long rest, to give us some measurable numbers, Nikolai, another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
This is less about yeah.
Yikes.
So what this means is you haven't gotten worse. It'd be very hard to do that in this particular circumstance without another medical issue popping up. But it doesn't. You don't feel well enough to travel yet, is basically what it means. You think going back out into the harsh environment of the mountain range would not be to your best benefit. And both of your moms would probably tell you the same.
Yep. Mom cam over there.
Team mom.
Your non-binary aunt, I suppose.
Mhm. Darn.
At least you're not dying.
At least you're not
At
dying.
least, yeah.
How
Yet.
are his hands and his feet? Is there...
Fine.
Okay.
Pink.
No frostbite?
Nope. Very, very pink. There might be a tiny bit of nerve damage on some appendages at the tips. There's no way to be certain until a little bit later. But circulation looks good. He's warming up well. This is just a matter of Nikolai feeling exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
Because exhaustion.
On a level of 1 to 5.
With 6 being dead.
Well,
Solid
he
22.
couldn't give you a 6 because he would be dead. So the scale has to be on 1 to 5.
Yeah.
Is it a solid
I'm
2? Is that what he's feeling? A
A
solid
very solid 2. Yeah. Very solid.
Well, after y'all won, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can kind of hear you.
Alright, well, the sensitivity can't be changed at all. It's at minus 100 decibels.
Yeah.
It's a little
That
better this
being-
time.
That being the case, after our short rest has happened and we've kind of relaxed, Kenna would address the party as a whole, and so the only way in and out of this tunnel is with magic like mine, which means you can go looking if people feel more comfortable more behind. About searching the nearby vicinity and coming back. But that means I have to go with them, and you can't get in and out without me.
Lars would say, with regards to our friend, I would rather stay looking
know.
towards Gwen.
I am getting a little bit better. I'm just really tired. It wouldn't be bad if you went outside and established a perimeter, looking for any threats and looking for future pathways for maybe the next maybe next hour or so. That could
Suppose
hurt.
if we don't go
Go ahead.
far, that would be fine.
Stay within eyeshot of the entrance, but or the tunnel or so, but looking for anything nearby that may pose a threat, or ways to get down easier, or maybe even more evidence of the meteorite. Can't hurt.
If you say so, Nikolai, Lars will pack up his string little trap, put his skin near the fire, and get ready to go outside again.
Okay. Is anyone going to go with Mordaheim?
I will. So that
I mean,
you can get
yeah.
inside.
Depends. What do you find more useful? Should I stay as another person inside, or would it be better to go out? Your decision.
It's your call.
I don't think I should make these type of calls.
She looks at
I
Kenna.
said-
Gwen looks at Kenna. You think you can handle yourselves?
So if anything goes wrong, I can always get Lars out.
Lars
Sorry,
smirks.
Out of character, this I have to establish this because I physically can't remember from all my traveling. But do you prefer Mordenheim or Lars? Because I'm pretty sure you actually told us in character.
Mordaheim specifically because if anyone overhears us, I don't want to be as known as Lars von
Yeah.
Bismarck.
That makes more sense. It's just hard knowing both of your names to actually keep it straight.
Yeah, I know.
I think
know
I
it's
think you
hard.
said that he personally would prefer Lars, but at the moment he can't risk it. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That is correct. Yeah. It's mainly for other people. If anyone else sort of approaches
Yes.
the group and says, "Oh, who is this guy?" You guys say, "Oh, he's Mordechai," and that's kind of my safety word. Yeah.
I believe I did say this first session.
Yes. If anything goes wrong, I can help
Then I should stay here. I don't. It's up to you.
Stick around.
I think you should stay. Brightens the mood a little.
They're just. My reaction aside, they will just nod and continue trying to. Okay, wait. How's the cloak now?
Try enough. It's suitable for travel again in the cold weather, but it's still not 100% perfect yet. Well, actually, no, I take that back. After the short rest, it's probably fine. Because now it's closer to 2 hours, so now it's probably fine.
Yeah, I would hand it to Lars. It'll help you keep warm.
Oh, thank you. I'll make use of it. We won't be gone very long, so you'll have it back shortly. No worries.
Just gonna turn back into working on Nikolai's clothes.
Okay.
Or, kind of adjusting it now that I have more space.
Mm-hmm. Flipping him like a pancake. Got it. All right. Well, Kenna and Moldahain are going to go out. Do some reconnaissance.
It seems that way.
Okay. Before we go to you, and probably the slightly more interesting thing, anyone else in the cave doing anything of particular note?
Just paying close mind to Nikolai, making sure he's not getting worse.
Okay.
Avoiding trouble and continue making sure, listening in if I have to help with anything.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, after about 30 minutes, assuming it takes them that long to do what they're doing, one would probably ask Idlewise to play something.
I don't have my violin. If you recall, I left it with Kalina.
Yep. It was in the recap and everything.
The recap you wrote.
Okay. Well, in which case, we're going to cut over to Kenna and Moldahain, who, after a little bit of druidic fire and flare, has the stone wall move itself out of the way, opening yourself back into this mountainous path that's carved into the rock. When you step out, you are faced with a fork, a left and a right, one direction of which you have come from, the other direction you have not. Where would you like to go?
Well, Lars would gesture to Kenna. These are your people's places. I think you should be the one to decide where we go.
Well, my people's places. I guess you could say that. And Kenna will look to see what kind of surrounding area has a elevation advantage, to try and figure out where the falling star landed or headed.
Well, I'll save you the trouble of at least this initial roll. Everyone knows the crash site is west of you. You guys went purposely south of you. Sorry, you guys purposely went further north, past where you more or less triangulated where the crash site was, because climbing where it was not fruitful. So you went further up until you found a position that was easier to climb, and then started hiking your way back south. So you want to head south to try to find where it is, which is in the direction that you have not traveled in.
Okay. So, I guess we will head that way. Kenna just starts walking.
Okay.
Lars in tow.
How long are you guys going to walk for? Like, what's your timeline looking like for this particular endeavor?
As we're heading, Nikolai just kind of mentioned getting a perimeter set and scouting around, not necessarily finding where we're trying to go. So
That's
And then
what he said.
out of character, probably about, I don't know, depending on the terrain. If it's rocky, uneven, difficult terrain. Are we above the alpine line, or are we above tree line?
Yes, well above tree line.
Okay, so it won't be that difficult as long as we can climb.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of look to Lars. How are you feeling? Well rested?
Shall I make a roll for that, or?
I mean, you have no points of exhaustion. It's in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Lars will be like, I'm fine. The cold is a bit, obviously, always. It's manageable, but I would always be preferring a tavern, fire and bed, and people talking rather than stuck in a castle, cold, snow, out in the open. It's just not what I'm used to, I'm afraid. But apart from that, I've been in verse when I had to survive on my own, where my father, used to test my abilities, my survival, my endurance, my hunting, all that sort of stuff.
Okay. Well, if you're feeling up to it, then follow me. And we'll head out for about an hour out and an hour back.
Okay.
One second.
Properly establish a perimeter.
Alright.
Know our lay of the land. Lars will probably make sketches in his book.
Well, I would like a survival check from both of you.
Survival.
Let's see what kind of details you guys notice.
First roll. Let me check what my...
How well the hiking goes.
I've only got the one. Let's have a look. Come on, roll well. That's a 9 in total.
Okay.
You needed survival?
Yep.
I rolled a 16, so...
That's pretty good. I think it's 21 for you? 22?
Yeah, 22 plus
Yeah.
6.
Okay. The initial part of the trek is mostly working your way through this slight winding pathway that the cave entrance is attached to. After a period of time, it flattens out when you sort of reach a higher slope, where you can see there are several smaller heights to your right where you could start climbing. Even though it's rocky, you could do it on foot without much equipment. And save for ice, wouldn't be too dangerous, so for this time of year, might be dangerous. However, it is at this apex that you reach that gives you a good height advantage. This is after about 35 minutes, 40 minutes or so. You can see, winding down a trail, there's a roughly worn-in trail in the stone. But further beyond that, where it becomes a bit flatter, there's a couple of trees that are actually growing. And you can see, carved through the rock, and having done quite a bit of damage, the landing trail of where the meteorite struck, and that it just goes behind this rise of rock just beyond your vision. You think the hike down would probably take you another 25 minutes or so to get to a rough area where you think you'd be able to just see the meteorite.
Is there any charcoaled wood around?
Not within reach, but down there, yeah. You can see the remnants of trees that it absolutely just collided through.
That'd be a good resource to have. Lars would like. Okay. Lars would say, would it be worth going an extra 25 minutes and exploring a bit further, do you think?
Oh.
To Kenna?
She will be right back.
Oh, that's inconvenient. Meanwhile, back in the cave,
All right.
about 40 minutes have passed by. What are you all up to? Anything special or interesting?
The music didn't work out.
Nope, no, it didn't.
Do I have any tea in my bag?
Don't ask me.
Okay, so I have some tea in my bag.
Perfect.
Ryan?
Don't look at me. I don't manage your inventories.
Ooh.
So I am going to, I guess 40 minutes in, how is Nikolai feeling?
That's another great question. Nikolai, make me another Constitution saving throw.
You're also a little lucid, so you can tell us, maybe. If you're a reliable narrator.
Yeah, you're feeling you're improving. You're starting to feel better. Again,
Kyle,
you still feel like crap, but comparatively speaking, you're improving.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna make some tea, and I'm gonna serve him a warm, not hot, warm cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
And, just, about what time? This is 1:40, thereabouts?
40 minutes.
It's 40 minutes have passed, so it's about.
Okay.
Hang on, then this was after the short rest. It's about 3:30.
Okay. Yeah. Nope, just tea and biscuits. Making the time go by.
It's so
Talking to
so
God
polite and
here.
proper.
Quit. And I'm minding my dog.
Don't
Nikolai,
call Nikolai that. That's rude.
You're feeling
Wow.
at least a little better now, right? If nothing else to do, then you might want to continue our conversation from the other day.
Yes. I'm just tired. The cold has receded quite a bit. I don't really feel it anymore. It's mostly tired.
Not willing to talk then. I see.
yeah. Let's continue the conversation. Something to distract would be nice.
Do you want to speak yourself, or would you rather listen?
Listen.
What? Anything specific, or should I try to think of more?
Try to think of more. Anything really.
My home. Well, I told you there was a nice flower that grew by, but that's welcomed me whenever it came. But there are also, we've hung chimes for the trees, wind chimes. When I get by home, you can always start hearing them from a distance. Just several of them throughout the general, small neighborhood where me and my neighbors, it's a little difficult. It's just a few cottages and such. But they never sound as
even if they all ring around at once, they're always quite pleasant, and sometimes it feels like you can't even hear them at all. Or maybe that's just me getting um, too focused into my books. Sometimes I sit outside, sometimes I have a few spots to sit inside. My home isn't very big. I had just 2 floors, but then neither of them are big, and it's pretty full inside. Books, between books, furniture, and my instruments and such. It's hidden in the trees, or rather, in the shade of the trees, so it doesn't get too hot. And it always smells nice. They're just gonna look. Let's see. My living room has a nice place to sit. It's the Chase Lounge. I got it more than a few years ago, but I suppose not that long for me. I always like draping it around with blankets. It's, I think, my favorite place to read. Just open the window and let the breeze come through. It's a little hard to sit or lie down when you have a tail, but with all the blankets, it kind of helps cushion. Quite a bit of blankets. Some of the walls, both between my room and the main room, first floor and the second floor. Oh, goodness, I'm not good at this. I have it lined with books, bookshelves. Most of my books I kind of brought to the library because I didn't know when I'd be coming back. I have some books still there, but when I lived there a while, there was just a delightful amount, even if I'm not reading. I'm not sure what kind of things interest you. You're a noble, and it feels like you read much more important books than all the fiction I read. What do you like, anyways? I made an assumption, but
Well, every book is an important book. It has to be the mood for it, and I am no different. I like most types of books, although I'm more one for factual explorations of the natural world, the latest things about explorers going back into places lost in time. The world is rather ancient, so
you hear them
there's always
chuck.
stuff to find.
You hear them laugh a bit, and they're just. I kind of like all of those books, in the fiction sense of it. So I suppose our tastes are a little similar.
Plus, depending on how far back you go and how you write it, ancient history can sound just like a myth, just like a fantasy.
Like Viridian.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I only had those book of poems. I wonder what more there is out there. There has to be. Just because it's lost doesn't mean it's completely gone.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they're especially because of how Mordorheim has met someone who talked about it, and you have your poems, or that poem. There is still remnants of it around, We just have to find it.
Indeed.
Collect.
The book I saw was transcribed. It's more recent, so the original book exists, I'm sure. But what else? I do hope Kalina's alright. Sorry.
She's fine.
It's the entire situation's unfortunate.
Quite.
None of us would take a lot to take her out of there. We couldn't even do it now with the weather and all. We don't know how long we'll stay here. Wherever you decide to go next. Wherever I decide to go next, and everyone, if we're together or decide to move apart. But I do hope she gets the good ending. I can't imagine her. I wonder if she feels apprehensive. I mean, if you decide you have power, so perhaps you can protect the area until then. Is that your intention?
Probably. Well, seeing that she is great, she seems to be able to protect herself rather capably, and plus that area was abandoned, and anyone who did go there seemed to only use it for rest in the upper bit. If we hide the entrance down well enough and things, I won't really need to do much.
There are always people who could find... Just because she's safe from many people doesn't mean someone might not just come down there with... There's always danger.
There's also the chance that someone may ignore my word and the power that my name holds. It isn't
Indeed.
an absolute, so
Yeah,
there's
at
only
least you
so
can
much I
do something, but yes, indeed. Quite unfortunate. You're in the state now, but from the sounds of it, you probably could have taken care of you much better than we could here. Do you still feel ill when we come back, or not quite well? I suppose she could help out a bit with that.
Yeah, we can see about that. It's mostly she has a cure for broken bones. That would be helpful, but other than that, it's really just the tiredness, and that will get solved in time.
Indeed. We're just gonna have to wait a bit here, but the most important thing is it seems to be safe. Just not the most amusing.
Yep. Nice chat, though. Thank you. I'm just going to rest a bit longer.
You should drink some more tea.
And he does so.
And I go back to
Sipping.
doing my stuff.
And Gwen just sat there listening, like a weirdo.
I was minding the camp and cursing Kyle's dice, alright?
I'm okay with one of those things. Which that is, we'll find out later. Mordaheim had a question for Kenna.
Okay.
To repeat, I'll do it in character again.
Thank you.
So, if we go an extra 25 minutes, we could scout out the entryway to where the meteorite landed. There's some scorched trees down there. We could perhaps gather some charcoal wood that the meteorite burnt. Could be a good source of to start a fire if in case we're stuck out anywhere.
We can go look. Charcoal wood is less important than maybe some of the debris falling by the star. There's
Okay.
lore from falling stars that I learned when I was young that they would provide sometimes, even in small amounts, rare metals.
That is what I am very curious about. My family's business was based on rare metals.
I think if you want to go, for sure.
I'll leave that up to you. If as much as I would like to go, I don't want to be the person that got us in trouble because we wanted to have another peek.
I don't care. Nobody cares.
Okay, that is good then. Let us just keep going just a little bit longer then. And we'll continue on. Lars would also like to keep an eye out for anything, just a sharp eye out for anything.
Sure, perception check.
Okay, this is gonna be distracting. But no.
Okay. That is an 18 plus.
Ooh.
What's my perception? Perception. 1. Ha! It's only a 1 to 19.
19. Okay.
So while we're walking, McKenna would be unknowingly, possibly, what was the word I just used?
Distracting.
Distracting, yes. She, small conversation here and there, but at some point down the way, would ask Morris. So your rifle, what would happen if I was to get hit by it?
Let me think. Well, once the explosion has happened inside the barrel, the projectile that is fired from it is, it's flown out at a fair rate of knots. Think of it as splinters from an explosion, but not splinter a metal ball that can penetrate flesh, shatter bone, and cause considerable harm, especially to weak points on an enemy. But if the bullet passes through, sometimes if you can stop the blood loss, you can survive. If you get shot and it lodges, can cause some infection. So my father, this it's not a weapon for killing, it's a weapon for defending. And if you've got something to better defend yourself with, then he wanted to make sure that the country was well defended, and that's why he came up with such an invention.
See,
I know I had to use my rifle for killing, and he'll look a bit like sad as he says this, kind of looking towards the ground. It was necessary to keep my cover, to find the information that I needed, and to earn a living with something that I know how to do.
see. I'd like to see it in action. One day, when we're not being attacked by her.
I can always teach you how to use it. It's hard to find these things. They're still very new, so.
You said that. You said that there was a little ball books that we found. I've been reading it, just held on to it. It talks about the different metals in the earth and how to claim them, how to retrieve them safely and properly. And just, once I'm finished with it, if you'd like to read it, I might be able to help.
It might add so some things I already know. That would be very helpful. Thank you. It's always good to gather more knowledge about things that we're not certain of. Makes our planning and our strategies a lot easier.
Always. And then, besides like little banter back and forth, continuing on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with Mordahine keeping a eye out, you descend down the slope. It's a little treacherous, but you're taking your time, so there's no immediate danger. Once you've descended, again, taking roughly 25 minutes to get down, you take the first couple of steps out into this slightly opened area where, to the left and right of, there are some trees that are bordering at the edges, and there were, for a time, some in the middle. Except now where you stand, you can see this trough that's been just carved into the mountain where this meteorite struck. There are blasted bits of wood and remnants of trees, some of which are fine, others of which are completely turned black and charcoaled. And you can see, once you guys sort of take a couple of steps out and sort of look down the way, you can see about 150 feet or so, lodged into the side of the mountain, the wall there, a roughly, 10-foot diameter hunk of something that carries with it an unusual light green tinge, and it appears to be almost entirely metallic. You are certain you have found your meteorite.
With a quick look, can I discern if it's a type of metal that I know?
You can make a nature check.
Using my past history of the business of metals
Yeah,
that we've used.
I'll give you advantage on the roll.
Okie dokie. What roll is it, sorry?
Nature.
The nature.
Yes, this is metal discernment.
Yeah, that's an 11.
You've never seen a type of metal.
That was my initial roll. Do I have to roll again?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Okay, sorry, that was a natural 20. That's 22.
All right.
Okay.
So.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So. You look at it, and no, like, documented information immediately jumps to your mind. You know quite a bit about rare metal working. Your family it worked in the adamantite business, which is a incredibly difficult to work with metal, but also just as equally rare. You've heard of different grades of metal that have been harvested from fallen stars and meteorites. You don't know or understand the type of metal that this meteorite is made of, but you have heard people talk about it in your family's business. You've never had any come across, your family's never come across any before, because it is so rare that even a small portion of it goes for a large sum of money. There is a type of metal that is said to come from the world that the Uldul's elves hail from. The elves that allegedly fell from the stars thousands upon thousands of years ago. their homeworld, the tales they have told, those that landed here originally, told of a great evil that overtook their world. They arrived in magically engineered, more or less, pods, containments, and they fell to Eldarth. Well, these pods were made of the same material that you're staring at right now. And it is incredibly resilient, highly magical, and in the right hands of a master smith can be turned into some of the most fantastical weapons or armor. You've heard of the name of Dandelight. Kind of like dandelion. I'll type it in chat.
Like that.
Yes.
Cool. Right. So when Lars sort of like happens upon it, Lars will sort of like grip Kenna's like I'm just trying to size relation.
Her wrist.
Forearm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
you just sort of
wrist.
like reach over, and it's just like, yeah. So I kind of imagine it's sort of Kenna's wrist.
Yeah, heavy grip, eyes wide open, kind of almost in shock, and like all this information just coming towards him. He sort of just stands there and just goes, "No way." And he's like kind of just awestruck, waiting to be snapped out of it. He's already thinking about like what things he could do with it, how much he could sell it for. It's all just, there's so much going on in his head right now.
Yeah, for the record, the size amount you're staring at, you could sell for tens of thousands of gold easy. And that was literally if like you didn't care about the first buyer. Like the first offer could easily be that. A more like proper deal to find a smith that would work in it, you could easily make 100,000 gold on the right sale, easy, if not more.
Yeah. Lars is dumbfounded until snapped out. Yeah, status effect. Dumbfounded.
He's been knocked unconscious. You're muted.
I was muted. Mutate.
Because
we can hear you.
Lars is currently standing in very much Mortal Kombat-like fashion, just sort of dazed. And
I'm gripping Kenna. Yeah, your wrist, in shock. Like I'm using you as so I don't fall down
support
because of what I found. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Do you even know what that is? It is. And the metal, it's otherworldly. And I'll say about the elves and such, about the pods that were made and stuff. And he'll just say like, Dandelight. That is what it is. This could start. This is such an amazing find. This could. My mind, it boggles what we could do with such a thing. We could change lives. We could save people. We could do so much with this. We could make weapons to help ourselves. It's highly magical. I don't know what effects would it be as a bullet. I know someone who I certainly know a smith who could definitely would love to work for on something like this. We've just got to figure out how we can definitely claim it, because this is something that is just out in the open like this.
You said it's embedded into the rock.
Yes.
Impact?
Yeah, it is crashed into the side of the mountain and is partially embedded.
How big is it?
10 foot in diameter.
Lars would like to try and find any shards or any sort of pieces around the crash site to sort of bring back to Nikolai.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation check.
Looking around, seeing that it's partly embedded in the rock.
Uh-huh.
I see you looking and making that face.
I'm just waiting.
That's a 14 investigation.
Jenna's gonna drop her backpack and pull out the sledgehammer.
Okay.
And stretch the shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of limber up the sledgehammer.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what kind of rock is the metal embedded in?
That's a great question, Kyle.
It is a great question, CJ. Old world builder. Are we looking at granite? Are we looking at some other rock that I don't want it to be?
I think we're gonna keep things simple and probably just keep it granite, to be honest with you.
This is actually rather important. I gotta figure out how much this sledgehammer is.
While you're figuring that out, Mordehai, you look around the crash site, and you do not find any pieces of the meteorite strewn about. As a matter of fact, you do a pretty thorough sweep, and it almost becomes pretty clear that it doesn't look like anything broke away from this.
That's impossible. Yes. Sledgehammers are heavy.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Yeah, Lars kind of. I don't know if I should shoot the rock or not. As stupid as that may sound.
I want you to.
yeah.
I guess that'd be it would be interesting.
Yeah, kind of tempted, but I'm seeing that since Kenna is doing this, I don't want to like shoot it and deflect and cause more pain. So I'm just gonna wait to see what Kenna does.
Kenna was interested in seeing you fire your gun, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, the thing is, I'd like to think that Lars is like he grips the gun, like looks down the sight, and then he's just no, that is not proper.
So the sledgehammer from roll 20 says it's 10 pounds.
Okay.
Which means that it's definitely a double jack, so it's a two-handed sledgehammer. So Kenna's gonna walk up to it, seeing that it's granite, and then basically just assume the position to aim and start just destroying the granite around the meteorite was.
Okay.
Swing the batter.
Yeah.
Swings the batter.
Is the sledgehammer part of your toolkit?
Yes.
All right. Then make me a tools check with strength as the modifier.
Strength.
Yes, sir.
Alright, so are we at +2 efficiency?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got +4 then. Cool.
Whack it real good.
Dirty hands out here. A 2, so I got a 6.
Nice. You're not making much in the way of headway, that's for sure.
I want to use inspiration and roll.
Sure.
Oh wait. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very good. Not bad. That's 12.
All right. Yeah. You start chipping away.
Story short, I rolled a neutral 20, and it upset. After that, everyone gave a 10.
Yeah,
First gremlin
I,
hands.
I know how that works. That's why that's why you don't let other people touch your dice.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Now you do.
So yeah,
You really did.
8 plus 4 for a 12.
All right.
The problem is it didn't even remove the curse from me, it just spread it over to him.
Oh yeah, no, that is how that works.
Just got my dice herpes now.
That is a very unpleasant way of putting it. That's what you get, Kyle. You go see Owl and you get herpes. That's what I heard. Wow, it's great content. All right. You start swinging that sledgehammer. And it's not quick work by any stretch of the imagination, but you're steadily making some leeway. It's going to take you a bit of time to try to more or less chisel this out with a sledgehammer.
After a little while, she's gonna switch to her Pigmatic and see if it does better.
All right, bold choice. You can make the same roll if you'd like.
Depends on how long Mortifund wants to stay here.
That is the question, because you guys already spent your hour out.
You wanna use one of mine?
I do want. Go on.
23.
What was that?
23.
Okay.
19 plus 4.
The speed increases. You're basically finding parts of it because of the way the meteorite struck, where it didn't just pulverize the rock entirely, where it more or less wedged itself in. The rock around it has been weakened pretty significantly from the impact. So you find yourself just getting a couple of very pinpoint strikes that sort of ripple and break away smaller areas that fall away into multiple pieces. Again, you're making decent time, but big meteorite, a lot of rock.
If this is taking a bit longer than normal, Lars will will literally just like as he's watching with his rifle light down, he'll just say, "Would you like me to shoot it?" Not hearing anything.
Because they're muted again.
What was the question?
Lars would say in a very waiting for this to happen and taking his time, will just be stood there with the rifle and just say, "Would you like me to shoot it?"
And then we'll stand back. If you think that will work.
I mean, it's impactful. I might get a shard, but I don't think I'm going to get a sizable chunk out of it. I just want something just to take back to Nikolai, because I'm pretty sure he'll have some knowledge on that as well. Lars will just say to Kenna, stand behind me. You don't want to be in the way of a ricochet.
Clear!
And
You're just trying to chip a piece off of it.
yeah, that is what I'm trying to do.
Let me take one swing before you shoot it.
Okie doke, you can do that. Another pow.
I'll take a swing with the Pigmatic that has that pickaxe end, that reinforced end, and then just swing it into the corner of the metal.
Okay.
Kind of like where it kind of meets where the granite would be, so it would be flaky and fragile. Because you just want the little piece of it.
So you want a piece of the middle. Okay.
I'm gonna try and probably get. I would not even a quarter of a pound.
All right. Well,
Just like a chipping.
swing away.
Just before he uses a bullet on it.
Are you rolling it towards him?
Is it tool still?
Yep.
23.
So you swing, aiming for a delicate piece between stone and meteorite. And as you bring it down, and it connects, there is a moment where there is a visible, it almost looks like sunlight striking the meteor oddly, and you see this sort of sheen ripple across the exterior of it from where you made a point of contact, and it bounces away and then ripples back twice as quickly. Make a strength saving throw.
Solid.
You don't get to blame me for that one. You don't get to blame me.
I would.
You rolled 2 19s.
Strength saving throw.
Yep.
Yeah. 4.
Nice. All right. Moldeheim, you watch as this kind of sort of winds up, swings. You see this almost, again, reflective sheen-like effect ripple across the exterior of the meteorite and then immediately swing back twice as quickly. As it reaches back to the point where Kenna's connected, you watch as it ripples through, blowing Kenna back 10 feet, knocking you prone, and you take 8 points of force damage.
Me?
No, Kenna.
You,
Oh, Kenny. Okay.
Now we both have a sledgehammer incident under our belt.
Oh no. 8 points is nothing like your alchemist. Hey, Juju Addy.
No, sir, I don't think that would.
Lars, seeing this, will run over to Kenna and be like, "Are you okay? Are you good?"
Just like laying on her back. Yeah. She's okay. I'm
Would-
assuming that also implies something.
I mean, Lars would like give a hand to help her up, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to do much. With Lars's knowledge of metallurgy, would he think it'd be wise to heat it up first to get a shard out of it, like proper like try? I mean, by heating up, I'm thinking like thousands and thousands of degrees to get anything from it. But would it help to shatter some part of it?
You know what? You rolled a very high nature check, so I will give Lars a bit of insight. Lars knows this particular meteorite fell through the atmosphere. It was superheated on the way down. It collided into the side of a mountain made of granite. Not a single piece broke away. You don't think it'll help?
So me shooting it will also not help.
You don't think so. But then there's always the campaign slogan to fall back on, so
Kind of like looking at his like how many bullets he's got left and kind of looking at the rock and wanting a piece to take back, he'll just go, what's one measly bullet's going to do? And he'll take aim at the rock. And for this, he's going to aim at where Kenna had been hitting, and he's gonna get down on it. Like he's gonna get down like prone to shoot it, basically, so he doesn't give himself
okay.
a target to hit if there's a ricochet. And since go on.
Can I just commando crawl behind a nearby rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Kenna can find cover.
Yeah, I'm doing this at a healthy like 30 feet away.
Doable.
Yeah,
Alright.
and I'm just gonna shoot where Ken has been whacking it.
Sure. Make an attack roll.
Okay, attack roll. God, I ain't done this in a while. Okay,
The
attack
basis
roll.
of science, fucking around and finding out.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I mean, that's science for you. That's right. That's all it is.
Justice. That is. Oh god, I'm so bad at math. That is a 17.
17.
Obviously, it's a rock.
It is a rock, yeah. It's not going to dodge the bullet, but you do observe from your distance as you fire, aiming for the precise spot you saw Kenna strike at. You see the bullet strike. You see the similar light wave effect ripple across it and then ripple back twice as quickly. This time, the effect seems to be a bit faster, almost matching the velocity of your bullet. Roll D100 for me.
D100. Where's my 10? There it is. Okay, let's roll. Ugh. That's a 57.
Okay. Good news. No one got shot.
Hey!
You watch as the bullet strikes, reverberates through the meteorite, and then you see the bullet where it impacted fly off and strike into the side of the mountain, and it looks like as if a small explosion goes off, and roughly a 5-foot wide crater now exists where the bullet struck. It looks like it amplified the power of the bullet by 10.
Okay, so Lars, looking up from his rifle after seeing that, literally just goes, "That's not supposed to happen." And he'll just say to Kenna, "It looks like we're not gonna get anything from this. It's best to go back and report on what we found. Wait for the morning. I don't think anyone is gonna take anything from this without proper tools and knowledge. If my rifle cannot do anything against it, and you smashing it can't do anything against it, I think we need prior knowledge and tools to extract this rare element." Well then, in the mountain it shall remain. For now.
Kind of seeing after everything that happened. More on that.
Yeah.
Imagine a shield made out of that.
Yeah. I know. I have already gone through. My head is boggling with the amount of things that we can do with that. You don't need to tell me. I am, for a better word, flabbergasted.
We don't have like we'll have to find it on our way back. Then she like picks her bag up and goes and finds her picmatic that probably got like good 10 feet out of her hand.
It's stuck into a rock.
And without being silly or anything, like as we're leaving, Laz will be like, "Flabbergasted. It means blah blah blah." As we're walking away.
It's like Lars ends up being that speaker at the spelling bee. Flabbergasted.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. As we're leaving, to go back to the cave.
Okay. There is a good time for us to take the first bio break. So come back at 15 past.
15 past?
15
Okay,
past.
cool.
So tiny bit longer than normal.
Well, that
Cool.
was a show.
Well, the motto rang true, and I had to use the motto.
You had to use
Imagine a
the
gun
motto.
made out of that, though. Imagine a gun made out of that, or like I'm wondering if it interacts with
No,
psionics in some weird way.
no, the bullets.
God.
The bullets. Using that to hit someone, and that thing produces 10 times the force that I hit them with that bullet. That's a lot of damage.
Imagine if it works like bows, and if you have like a magical rifle, it means magical.
Nah, to me, but that's just bullets. Bullets.
Keep in
No,
mind,
no, that
the way that happened was in both times is it didn't emit its own force, it had reflective force. So whatever impact it took, it reflected it at 10 times.
Yeah, it would blow up. I'd have to first of all, I'd have to make a gun out of it, and I'd have to use the bullet, and I'd have to have that for bullets as well. Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
it's
actually,
not-
no, sorry, no. Making a rifle out of it is much better than using it as bullets. Because if I used it as a bullet, it would just literally blow up my rifle. I'm gonna go on a break.
you'd be firing a fucking ping pong ball. Be right back.
You were hecking losing your mind. Oh my god. Oh. Uh-huh. What? Tell me if anyone's back. I guess I'll be gaming then. Yeah.
I'm back. I should tune in to stream, see if there's any people watching.
Hello back. I had an unpleasant experience with some people who owned the house, as one might say.
Oh.
It's basically you're playing, and I'm like, it's literally the same time every week. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is such a bad run. I'm gaming, though, on the side. I'm not gonna say what I am gaming, because it is gacha, but this is a bad run. Oh, yeah. So, that was a show, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
And I'm excited to look more into that, because,
And
What if
Nikolai
they
is like, a new toy,
on?
new toy, new toy.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. For me. Something to look forward to.
New toy. New toy for Nikolai.
I'm back.
Hello.
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 New toy for Nikolai. Is what we're saying right now.
Mm-hmm.
Usually for all of us.
Why all of us?
What are we on about?
A new toy for Nikolai.
New toys.
Nikolai's gets a new toy.
Imagine a version of Pyrebrand made out of that stuff, though.
Yeah, except it wouldn't be Pyrebrand anymore. You could make an
It'd be
axe that
Bouncy
looks
Brand.
like Pyrebrand, but it wouldn't have the same magical enchantments. Unless you brought the axe to the person that enchanted Pyrebrand in the beginning, and then maybe. Oh,
It's okay.
You just stick a little mold. You stick a little piece of the metal, like a axe head, being bolted onto the front.
yeah. I mean, you have no idea what it would. You have
Bouncy-
no idea what it would do.
To rename it Bouncy Brand.
Y'all aren't touching my axe.
I've already said to them that a gun made out of that firing a normal projectile would be 10 times the force. Would you say?
Yeah.
That's like supersonic bullet speed. That'll.
I will say this once, because obviously the fur reveal properties if this was to happen in any scenario. But from what we've experienced, it's a reflective ability, which means if you make a gun out of it, it would honestly blow up the barrel and reflect all the force at you. Because everything we've hit it with has been reflected, not its own additional force. It didn't create force, it gave it back to us.
I'm pretty sure someone knows how to make it as such. We'll have to find out.
Well,
If the force was like, if the bullet's going this way, the force would be pushed back and then reflected that way, along with the bullet.
well,
Got to load.
well. There's a lot of things there are a lot of questions to ask about it. That's for sure.
A lot of magic and
Oh
fantasy.
yeah.
But sorry, I have to ask this. Is there any way you can use your cell phone mic there, Kyle?
I was trying, but with the headset plugged in, it won't use myself. I made the mistake of leaving my headphones in Michigan. And so these headphones don't have a mic, which I tried to use my phone mic with these plugged in. It didn't work.
I could just.
You could just.
You could just.
I might be able to just use the mic, the laptop microphone.
And
It
What about
might
turning
work.
up the volume.
Because
The input
tried.
volume.
I have to like really focus in order to hear Kyle talk.
So
I put
it's
Gwen's
not a-
owl.
It's not a volume problem. It's the mic sensitivity. The
Then
mic
fix it.
sensitivity is at max, as in there's no more to fix.
Well,
So y'all would have to turn your volume up. Us
My
up.
volume is all the way up on
Yeah.
Owl, and I still have a problem listening.
Yeah.
Owl's maxed for me
Yeah,
as well.
so-
The difference is what I think it is. Yes, it's a microphone problem, but it's because I think the microphone is unidirectional.
Probably.
So that's why when Owl talks, like how it is, we can hear Owl pretty well. Versus you're talking at the back of the receiver. So it's having to travel around in order to pick it up. And that's why we're not hearing you very well.
Most likely.
It's cardioid towards the user rather than everywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, the point of headset mics is that they're not meant for groups. They're meant for the person, right?
Yep.
Giving me
Is this coming
oh,
through the laptop now?
Is it?
Can you hear me better?
Does it
Kind
sound like
of?
it's in a fishbowl?
kinda.
No, you don't sound like you're in a fishbowl.
Damn it.
You do have to like make sure. It sounds good right now to me, but you gotta make sure you keep this quality because sometimes it's easier and sometimes it's harder because moving around and stuff.
You're gonna have to have that awkward, very close to each other's faces while talking.
Well, no, So Discord has an input device and people. You should default the laptop microphone, not the headset. So that's what I'm going through right now.
Are you sure that you've also got Discord turned way up on volume as well? And I'm talking to everyone else. I'm talking to everyone else, not just Owl.
Yeah. Al's been maxed out for me since last session.
Okay.
I've just maxed her out this.
See, I've got the speakers at 50%, but that's because I don't want to blow my ears out listening to everyone else and trying to hear Owl. So. Oops.
Troubleshooting is fun.
I just actually low-key stressing me out that I can't, like, hear well.
Well, I'm not fond of it either, because it more or less makes the playback quality of the video that I'll upload later pretty questionable. And that's not fun for anybody.
Well, I mean, I can hear Hagi. I think it's just because this beats are really good at.
I mean, I can too, but it's still not easy to hear him.
Yeah, I know.
It's not.
Way and pass the headset back and forth.
Hey, what about now?
It's all right. Still not great.
Still sounds like you're far away. Near, far, wherever you are.
The microphone on the laptop, I am over there.
Yeah, didn't really improve it a whole ton.
Okay, so it might not be.
What if they...
Sorry if I'm being nitpicky.
You're not the only one being nitpicky. This matters to me because this is content I'm going to have a hard time using.
Content.
Got an itch right down in me foot. Oh.
That is a content.
Oh, that's nice. Ooh.
That's content.
Did that change at all?
A
When you
bit?
talk like that, yes. When you raise your voice, yes.
Yeah. If you feel like speaking like you're from a podium the whole time, go for it.
See, when I was doing my school production, they had to say that to talk to the audience, you had to pretend that they were behind a glass wall. So you had to project your voice when you were talking, even at low volumes.
Yep. That tracks.
Why have I got something sticky on my table?
Well, I guess since this isn't really getting tons better, and I really don't want to go down the avenue Ryan just opened up, I guess we should just start playing again.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure it's something I've dropped on the table.
I hope so.
It's me sneaking in there with my grubby little hands to rub them all over your dice.
It's the
Let's
raccoon.
start.
So, Moldaheim and Kenna are returning to the cave after about an hour and a bit of being out. It'll take you guys roughly another hour to get back.
Cool. Oh, sorry. Would I, like I said, can I sketch out what I saw, and make notes and stuff like that of the dandelight?
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, it'll take you a little bit more time, but you can get some sketches.
Cool.
Anything pointed for those cave dwellers that they've done in the last 2 hours-ish? Besides resting?
Nothing that I.
Not for.
Okay. Well, and sort of unceremoniously, after some time, Kenna and Moldaheim will return. You will hear their footfalls coming down the long tunnel first, before you eventually see them arrive. The cave by now is warmed up actually quite nicely. with the fire constantly going. Nikolai doesn't look like complete crap anymore.
Hey,
Ah, you don't look as bad now, don't you? As he approaches
been better,
Nikolai.
been worse.
Well,
Well,
sorry, go on, Edelweiss.
I was just going to say welcome back. We've both been gone a bit.
Yeah, we did a perimeter check. Everything is fine. But we saw that going an extra 25 minutes off route would get us to the meteorite. And yeah, we had a good look on it. We had a good checkup on it, and yeah. And he'll look over to Nikolai and just go, "Does Dandolite ring a bell to you?" With a smirk.
Does it?
Nature check!
How's Nikolai doing at this juncture?
Fair. Again, he's exhausted, but he's warmed up well. Most of his appendages don't look like they're gonna fall off. All in all,
Good
given
place for him to be.
yeah, that is a good place to be in.
Mhm.
So, Nikolai with a 20.
Doesn't he have disadvantage, or is it?
He does.
That's a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, heck.
Because first level of exhaustion. No, doesn't ring a bell.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, you know, your family's not really in the metal trade, so you know it's kind of like.
No, I haven't.
Well.
Stone is more our family's business.
Masons,
Well.
not smiths.
Well, I tell you what, I'll let you rest first before telling you about it. And trust me, what we found is worth tens, maybe hundreds worth of gold. With a smile, and he'll turn around and go back to his skin to get warm a bit.
What do you mean? What is Dandolite? Since you seem to be insinuating something about this meteorite and Dandolite.
I mean, he Lars was basically saying, "Get rest first. I know you'll probably want to learn about it, but rest first, and I'll tell you about it when you've rested."
He stands up, as he has been resting for 3 hours.
Stands up, wobbles a little, but more or less standing.
A healthy amount of wobble, maybe.
You have half speed right now. You're not steady on your feet.
But he can stand. So that's something.
Kind of hurts to do so. Your toes aren't big fans of standing right now.
Neither are probably any parts of my body.
No, not really.
Honest. Well, he'll slowly hobble his way over. While I wait a little bit longer, although I've been waiting for quite a while, why don't you go ahead and explain a little bit more? Maybe the intriguing parts will get me a little less tired.
Okay, fine. Okay, to keep your mind off the pain, I will divulge what I know about Dandolite to you. But please, sit down and keep yourself warm.
He is sitting and is wrapped in
Yeah,
clothes.
yeah. And he will get out his sketch. He'll get out his notebook. He'll turn over to a new page, and Lars would. I mean, I know this is kind of like he would write down pretty much everything he knows about Dandolite, where it came from, the elves, properties, all that sort of stuff, and he'll tear off that paper, how much it's worth as well, especially what size it was, and he will tear off that page and give it to Nikolai, and he will point with the quiver. This is what we have found. Tap tap.
And a quick summation, just to make sure you don't miss anything. Dendalite is a metal that has come from a place of existence that no one here has visited except for the old Duz elves, which are elves that came from the stars. They arrived here in magically created pods that were made out of this material, that allowed them to travel from where they lived, landing onto Eldarth in a meteor shower that occurred a very long time ago. The time, even the point of time when it happened, is kind of fuzzy in terms of actual history. The metal is said to be highly magical, and that it takes to magic incredibly well, and anything made from it is nearly indestructible. As Nikolai has learned, it has a property of absorbing and reflecting force, amplifying it, along with the fact that it is so highly sought after because of how rare a material it is. A good merchant that knows how to find the right person for this could sell it for enough to buy a kingdom. In particular, the amount that Mordahine has found.
He'll take a little bit, his mind slowly processing. You know, besides the gold value worth of this, so many things you can do with this. Plus, it'd be interesting to see how certain powers are affected by it. From how you describe it, seems to be rather more magically inclined metal. Be fun to experiment with it.
I mean, it would. I mean, that is all well and good. We have to first extract it from the ground and get it back to a place where we can save it. I mean, the things that we need to make sure we can secure it. Well, first extract it, secure it, and then need to find someone to work it.
I think first we need to make sure Nikolai gets back to the port safely.
Exactly.
You all have it marked on your maps? We know where to go to find it again?
Yeah. I mean, Lars would have made, Lars would have written down, roughly where it was in relation to where he is.
Not hard to find where you guys are at, from where you're at.
Yeah,
It's a pretty straight shot to find it.
Yeah.
Well, we've got one down close to frostbite with hypothermia, and I think our main goal should just be getting back to the port in the morning, since we know where it is, and we've had 2 seas.
I wonder if anyone else saw that star or meteorite, because it seems too valuable.
Well, there's nothing we can do with it if they did. We don't have the manpower to haul it out, from what you're saying.
Lars, roughly how heavy did it look?
Oh, well, by estimations, it was what, 10 foot? 10 foot big?
10-foot diameter.
10-foot diameter.
So
must
20 feet
weigh-
across.
And how much would that weigh? In a guesstimate.
A guesstimate? I hate that word, by the way. Well, hang on. Let me make up some fantasy maths for a metal that doesn't exist. Give me one second.
First of all, how dense is it?
Dense.
Yeah.
It's
wow.
dense.
Dense.
It is more dense than adamantite, which is something you're familiar with.
Sounds like too many pound.
Yep. Some might say it's thick, boy, and leave it at that.
Yeah. Lars will just say, "Look,
More than 500 pounds.
it's gonna take a lot of effort to get this out. It's gonna be 500. It's literally gonna be roughly 500 pounds.
No, more than that. Like, way more than that.
More.
Way more than 500 pounds.
Yeah. I was saying that pointedly at Nikolai because that's what he's thinking about.
My voice in my head is telling me to say things.
Wants to play with levitate. Okay. Darn. Well. It may. If we were to go directly there, roughly how fast do you think we could make it?
To get to the crash site, about an hour.
That's not bad. And you said so last time we had a time check that was 3 in the afternoon, and they took another hour after that, so it'd be 4.
Yeah, it's about 4 o'clock now. We're rounding a little bit, but yeah, 4 o'clock.
Okay. I would like to at least see this, and maybe, even though you already have it marked on your map, a little bit of identification may go a long way with discovering some of its uses, or maybe unique ways to move it. And if we go there and then come back, that would be not long.
Has the sun already
Sick.
gone down?
It is descending as they speak.
We're gonna spend the night in the cave and head out in the morning.
Yeah.
It's getting dark.
I was going to agree. Best you rest up more and feel better more before going back outside, my friends.
Well,
In that case,
I can't disagree.
I mean, for crying out loud, you fell into a frozen lake and you're still healing bones. I mean, you are one tough cookie, but you don't half get in trouble, don't you?
As long as we go view it, I don't really mind.
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
Okay. Ooh. Well, seeing that, and Nikolai's desire to play with fire, he's going to cast Augury. To see the future around the orb, and if he were to experiment with it, or try to identify it, the orb. Good old.
In the
casting
next
of Augury.
in the next 30 minutes? That's what
Yeah.
Augury does? All right. Well, you know the game. Give me a D100 while you're at it.
Hey.
This is the game we like to play. Will Nikolai kill himself in the future?
70, straight 70.
Kind of decent for you.
So, Nikolai, you're hunched about the fire. One of the bear skins still draped over your form to keep you warm and regulated. A cup of tea in your hand. As you stare out past the flickering fire, past the stone wall, seemingly glancing into a future that does not quite yet exist, working through all the different permutations of choices that happen, arriving at a time where your vision stops and clarifies, and you see yourself in this cave, staring at the bag, where once again the orb drops from the satchel and into the palm of your hand, where you watch as it brings you to your knees and then slowly pushes you to the ground. The overall effect of the augury spell is whoa. However, just make an intelligence check for me.
that's a disadvantage because exhaustion.
Yeah.
You
Looks
can
like
always roll again.
looks like bad news. It definitely looks like taking it out of the satchel and attempting to futz with it now, given the current state that your body is in, would result in something bad.
Unfortunate.
I mean, you can still do it.
Yeah. But at least I have a choice in not killing myself this time. So no.
Your moms would not let you.
They have to get to me first. But,
You just make it sound like it's not hard. Like it's hard.
Yeah, nothing else there. Speaking out to the party, roughly how long do we want to wait until we go to sleep? So as to not ruin our sleep schedules.
It's 5 o'clock?
It's about 4-ish.
4 o'clock?
Yeah, it's a little bit past
9.
4.
Or just whenever we've been sleeping the past little bit. And I know I don't have anything to do, so. Unless y'all have something. I just think we can go ahead and skip ahead.
I'm happy with that. Lars will probably just be thinking wonderful thoughts about what he can do with the dandelion.
Yep. Moldahine dreaming about making a super weapon. He didn't realize he was the actual bad guy of this campaign, but here we are.
We've been sussing each other this whole time. What do you
Don't come back with you and you loving Mordehine and wanting to adopt an owl.
I didn't say it was a good idea.
Okay.
Adopted.
So, since you guys are opting into the long rest, anyone doing anything in the 5 hours that's worth noting?
Oh, Lars would also do his string thing at the entrance.
Okay.
String attached to his ankle or hand,
Okay.
just to make sure that if anyone comes through, he's aware of it.
Sure.
But apart from that, sleep.
Watch schedule. No one can come in because people can still
Not
come in.
yet.
If they have.
Well, the only people that could reasonably come in is either two people. Druids, who know how to access the place, or people who have stumbled upon it and have learned how to enter. One of which is more likely than the other.
We did that.
Yes, but you have a druid with you.
Yeah.
Then you were also told how to activate it.
That too. Also, I mean, it's up to you guys whether or not if you want to take a watch or not.
Just start stretching and laying down with her book. Because if I haven't finished Bones of the Earth by now, I'm sure she'll will to today.
You will today.
Yeah. Study times for Nikolai too. Tired study times, but something to keep his mind off of pain.
Yep. Watch schedule.
Well, give me the list.
I will take. How this is 2 days past the Moonrise, the end of the Golden Moon Festival, or 1 day?
1 night.
I'll take last watch.
Gwen is number 4. 1, 2, and 3. Anybody?
I'm whichever. I'm gonna take a shift of. Anyone have anything specific?
Lars will go first then.
Okay.
Lars will...
gonna have one.
You're gonna make the hypothermic take a watch?
Sure, I'll take watch if you want. I'm
No,
gonna read the book.
he's also not gonna take a watch. He's
I mean, obviously he's
He's
not gonna take a watch. He's gonna need 2 nights to cure his exhaustion. Kenneth's not gonna take a watch.
No.
Ken is,
Who has a messed up sleep schedule?
Ken
but
is reading a
okay.
book.
Ken is
I'll
not
take.
concerned with somebody randomly walking into the druidly sealed cave.
Anyways, I'll just take
Yeah.
Sorry, what you watched?
2 and 3.
First?
Lars has
I'll just-
first, 2 and 3 are empty. Gwen has fourth.
I'll take third watch
Okay.
if I can wake up at that time,
I wouldn't see why not.
because no one's there to wake me.
That's a fair point. Well, I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
That's how that works. Okay, well, you guys will go into your long rest for the evening, pursuing your own activities. Some daydreaming, some actually dreaming, others reading books.
Draconic studying. Ooh.
At disadvantage, please.
Yep. That's a straight intelligence check, right?
Yes, it is. I have your numbers tallied down somewhere.
Hey!
That's been pretty good. Pretty good. Apparently, a little bit of focus is good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna get a perception check from Lars, Edelweiss, and Gwen. I'm gonna mark those down.
Move your hands.
17 for Lars.
Thank you,
It's a
Lars.
9.
I
9.
accidentally sent it to
It's a
DM, but
It is a 9.
that was an actual one, so I don't think
Yeah.
I'm getting up for my
Yeah, Edelweiss doesn't get up for her watch.
Uh,
And funnily enough, the only thing that actually saves you, Gwen, is the fact that your passive perception is incredibly sharp. And you will notice after a time that the cave is too quiet, and you'll just sort of wake up. So you'll still adequately take your shift, noticing that Edelweiss is still comfortably sleeping.
It's a 12 total. By the way, I rolled a 9.
Gotcha. And then the fun one. I want D100s from... Who didn't burn their D100s? So Ken has used theirs, Lars has used theirs for the day, Nikolai's used theirs.
I haven't.
I think it's just Gwen and Edelweiss.
I'm gonna roll on
Hey, can I
D20
use
because
yours? Your dice?
You'll never roll well
Oh
again.
my.
Don't do it.
No. That's not happening.
You
Nothing
already got
happened.
dice hurt. Don't wanna stress
Yeah, you go to Alice house and get herpes. 65.
Okay.
so close.
A pretty unremarkable night.
I'm gonna.
I'm just gonna... Okay. The only thing worth of note from this night is, Gwen, while you are on watch, there is a period of time where it sounds like there is one hell of a windstorm going on outside. So much so you can sort of hear it howling through the pass that the entryway, the entryway to this tunnel is at. You can hear it howling outside. Kind of carries in this high-pitched whistle down the tunnel leading to where the cavern is that you guys are staying in. But you also learn that this place is apparently sealed incredibly well because there's literally no draft from it. Druids, am I right?
For real. About how long does it last?
The windstorm lasts for about... Well, honestly, it'll last while everyone's still up. It's still going by the time everyone's awake.
We love to see it.
Math, okay. And you guys are up bright and early.
Rations for breakfast.
Yummy!
There. Sorry, I didn't wake up.
So the wind's picked up. It's a bit of a mess outside, but I haven't been able to get out to look at it.
Lars will go take a peek out. Oh no, he can't. He needs Kenna's help to
Yeah.
do that, so he won't. He'll just tidy up everything up.
I suppose, if anything, we could go in deeper in these tunnels.
They will go
How far back
somewhere,
is-
for the record.
Kenna would wake up with everybody else.
Didn't know if you were pulling an all-nighter. Nikolai, how are you feeling?
I don't know. Roll a Constitution saving throw for us, Nikolai.
But is this one at disadvantage?
No, saves are at 3rd level of exhaustion. So
that one.
yeah, you're down the 1 level of exhaustion. You got your full long rest. Again, you hurt. You've been through so much trauma in a very short period of time. You're probably not going to stop hurting for a while, but you can definitely, regrettably, continue hiking.
Can I piggyback him out of here?
I mean, Gwen is a powerful woman. I wouldn't see why not. There are some places where, it won't be as advisable given, ice and steep slopes, but in climbing. But yeah, otherwise, sure. If he wants to be emasculated like that, that's a thing.
He doesn't care.
He'd
rather not feel pain right now.
Are you rolling with regular carrying capacity rolls or the variant encumbrance?
I do a loose base. I have loose rules based around the variant encumbrance.
Okay, so not a hard strict, but not the OP broken.
Yeah, it's more or less to make sure people aren't being completely irresponsible with inventories. And that's kind of the only time I really start thinking about encumbrance. Otherwise, if people are being respectful about how much stuff their people can reasonably carry a day to day, I don't really pay too much mind to it.
Okay, I'm just curious because that's whatever method I go off of is how I determine the push, pull, and drag.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, you also have powerful build to consider as well, which doubles all that.
Yep. So I just wanted to get that math in real quick while we were just kind of talking.
Yep. Oh,
So are we all going to make our way to the meteorite?
Well, let's check the weather first. And Gwen looks at Kenna. If you would be so kind. To open the door.
And I'm gonna cast Druidcraft to see the general, if it looks like it's gonna get better, generally speaking.
I open the door.
well, twofold, as Edelweiss checks the forecast. Edelweiss, there's a brief moment where you conjure this magical effect that creates a visual of what looks like a glowing orb of light surrounded by light cloud cover. And then as Kenna opens the doorway, it is blown away by this gust of wind that is now roaring down this tunnel into the cavern. While outside, it is not snowing. That's at least something. But the winds are very high. While traveling, at least in this pass, where it's narrow and the wind is just billowing through, you guys will be moving at half speed.
But this orb says it might get better, generally speaking.
At least sometime in the next 24 hours, the weather gets better, yeah.
It seems like it might improve, but at the moment...
It's windy, just high fire wind.
Well, what do we think? Do you want to try to press through this or and get back to the fort?
It's just screaming at each other inside this.
Mm-hmm.
Windy, it's just howling.
Close it.
And I'll put my hand up and try to close the rock.
It'll close. I really hope someone's in mid-sentence shouting to someone else, and then it closes and they're still shouting.
Yeah, that's Gwen. That's
Cla-
Gwen asking.
classic.
What do we want to do? Thoughts? Opinions?
We could always explore the tunnel system.
Sure, we could.
Not, I don't know if there'd be much of interest, but couldn't hurt to check if there's anything you want to do at the moment.
The tunnels probably lead us to a way to get. The tunnels probably lead us into a way how to get in here from either a lower elevation or somewhere else in the mountain range. Could be further away from the fortress. Could be closer to the fortress.
What's the way down look like?
Well,
Dangerous.
yeah, I'd say you guys basically have two options, which is going back the way you came, or going back to where the meteorite struck and then climbing down from there. But without proper climbing equipment, that's dangerous.
Clear skies and a 92% chance for a 2% chance for precipitation.
Why don't we just walk the tunnels?
May as well.
Why don't we just what?
Walk the tunnels. We'll see where they go. We'll see what's in here.
And I'll be fine with that. Nikolai, do you want to?
What?
Are you fine with moving? I don't
Guess
want to
that-
push you. I don't quite agree with having to get up when you're not completely fine, but
I'll be fine. At least for a little bit.
just don't push yourself too hard.
Where's
Know your
where's up
limits.
here? Let's get a move on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you will gather all of your belongings, leaving the druid camp in this cavern behind, heading towards and down through the tunnel on the western side of this cavern, which snakes away in this unusual, ribbed, carved tunnel system. And the tunnels go on for quite some time. So much so that you walk for an hour and it doesn't change. Just tunnel for a straight hour. Does that change anyone's opinions?
You said they looked carved?
Yeah, the tunnel into this place, including the cavern that you're in and the tunnel leading further in, all look unnaturally carved.
That instills a little bit of faith.
I mean, these tunnels were made by the druids. Kenna can tell you that. They just don't exist in the mountain. The druids made these.
Are there any offshoots that we've come across just yet, or is it just going straight?
Straight tunnel.
Alright.
Super interested in seeing this, to be honest.
You are or you aren't?
I am.
One has no objections to keep on keeping on.
If someone would like to make a nature survival check, you might be able to ascertain what direction this is taking you in.
That sounds like Kenna.
Given, being underground is and these tunnels are a little bit,
Yes.
tricky to follow.
This
Top
is
my
the-
dice. I'm
It's
in.
the Kenna roll.
Alright, I got
The
an
next
8.
roll is
I
gonna
got
be a 1.
18, and I think my survival is good, so I got a 24.
That is great. It is taking you southwest.
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 Let's. Toward the fortress?
Roughly.
Yeah,
The-
I mean,
The fortress is south.
yeah. It's in a direction. Right?
Yeah, it's in the general direction, yeah.
Southwest, is that more towards the town?
No. Southeast is more towards the town.
Southeast was towards the town.
Yeah. Yeah, this is more into the mountains.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed it would be.
Okay.
I mean, I relate that to the party.
It is after another 30 minutes or so that you will come across as Gwen so well foreshadowed earlier, a fork. Tunnel directions that head, according to Kenna, one more steeply south and one more acutely west.
Thoughts?
I'd say south. If we could find a faster way to get back to the fort, this may be a safer way to travel.
Especially since, well, yeah, getting down the normal way. Not a good idea.
So. Starts walking.
Alrighty. So you guys are heading south, yeah? Just to confirm?
Yeah.
All right. Another hour passes by. And another hour passes by. And it is about another 30 minutes after that, so 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours total, 4 hours total, excuse me, since you guys have started. It is when you get to that point that you arrive at something that's kind of interesting. Where there is an obvious bend in the tunnel, and after walking these tunnels long enough, you get an idea for how these have been carved. There are natural turning points that will take you in a proper direction. Well, the natural turning point leans to the left, and once you sort of get to that corner, you can glance and you can see another slightly open cavern area where the arrangement of stone and rock looks very much like the last campsite you guys were at. There's a raised platform for sleeping. There's a fire pit dug into the stone, which is scorched with charcoal and ash. And you can see some supplies left here. However, at the bend, where the corner normally is, it looks like something has been dug directly into the tunnel, creating another tunnel that descends down, and rather steeply. I will happily take... I want to roll from my good noble boys, because this is something I feel like either of them might be a little bit familiar with. If either of you have Mason's tools proficiency, or some sort of miner's tools proficiency, I'll take that in an intelligence check. If you don't, I'll just take a straight intelligence check.
Hey, Mason's tools check.
I don't.
Not good.
So mine's gonna be a straight intelligence then.
Noble Mason
You always
boy
have
over
inspiration music. Like
Yeah.
that disadvantage.
Here.
What was the roll? Sorry again.
Intelligence.
Awful. Intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
I have 18
All right.
total.
Well, Nikolai is still quite tired. And this tunnel does very much feel out of place. It's very rough hewn. But Modahain, you're used to seeing mining tunnels. And you're used to seeing what it looks like when people have worked stone. And when you look at this tunnel, you can clearly see spots in the stone and marks that have been left behind that this was clearly dug into this tunnel. Like someone purposely found it and dug upwards and into it. You can see the marks of tools that tell you this was actively pursued into. Like it just didn't collapse and create an entryway. It looks like someone found a way to dig into this tunnel. And it descends pretty sharply down.
This has been dug out. Mined. He'll say to the group. Still looking at the notches a bit further. And it goes down steeply, did you say?
Yeah. Like
What's the light like in here?
the only light source you guys have is whoever would have had a torch lit or Kenna's produce flame. Whatever light source exists is the ones you guys are carrying. There's no light in here
How far
otherwise.
can I see down?
120 feet.
Yeah, I'm wondering when it. No, I'm wondering if it like turns or anything.
It doesn't. You see straight down for 120 feet and then darkness. And again, it's steep. If you were not careful going down this, if you tripped forward, you would roll the rest of the way.
Oh god, steep stairs. Ugh.
Um,
How big is it?
that's actually the $1 million question. It's roughly 6 feet high, and probably a good comfortable 5 feet wide.
And does it look to be carved by man-made instruments, or like by digging?
Well, I guess make an intelligence check, Gwen.
Can she have advantage of that? Because I'm
No,
not-
because
Okay.
I will tell Lars the answer to this question because you rolled high enough.
Okay.
But this is whether or not Gwen will notice these details after Lars has pointed this out.
I would like to use an inspiration point, but I don't know. We have to call that ahead of time?
Nope.
No?
No, you can see your roll and then decide to do it.
Okay, well I'm gonna use an inspiration point.
Sure.
No, use your wormwood tray. Okay. Intelligence?
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, you have no idea.
No idea.
Lars, these were made with
That's right.
these were made with tools. And pretty efficient ones at that.
Yeah, if Lars sees Gwen sort of looking over him, he'll say he'll go over and say, "These were made by tools. Very efficient tools at that. If you want to tell us a group." Basically, Lars is like seeing like Gwen like doing something kind of stuck, and he wants to make her feel like she's
Helping.
out.
Thanks. Well, doesn't look like anything we want to trip into. Unless the door out of here is down there. We good to keep moving?
It'll be something to mark if we need to come back to it if we find it interesting. But usually when people mine something, they're after something of worth.
Can you tell how long ago it was opened up?
Well, let me give my brain a little wobble, and I'll try and find out.
Well, your 18 doesn't tell you how long this has been here. You at the very least know it's not super recent.
This hasn't been done recently, I can tell you that, but I don't know how far back it goes. Time-wise.
Fair enough.
Do we want to continue, or do we want to explore this? He says openly to the group.
Is it a sheer face, or are there stairs?
There are no stairs. It's loose gravel and rock.
So not even a fun slide. Okay.
Oh, I mean, you could slide. Like, if you put a shield underneath you, yeah, you zoom. You probably don't have a good way of braking, but you would fly, for sure.
Besides breaking limbs, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and say we've had quite a few climbing adventures in the last 24 hours, and I am content to leave it as it is. Excuse me for one moment.
Okay. I would have suggested rope to lower someone down in case they tripped, but I don't think the rope will be long enough if Edelweiss can see far down.
I don't think so.
I can't. It's quite deep. I.
Roger that. Too dangerous. Get back to camp. I get it.
Yeah. Kenna, can you tell about how long we've been going? How far?
Yeah. Been about 4 hours or so.
We should be getting to the neighborhood. If we're getting to the neighborhood.
Well, I need to know where you guys are going.
We're not
Just-
going down. We're going.
Gonna keep trying to find the exit to this place.
Okay. Well, as previously mentioned, if you follow the bend as it is appropriately made, You arrive into another carved-out cavern section. It's a little smaller than the one you found in the mountain range behind you, but it is built and arranged in roughly the same way, with still a small stream that runs through it. And there's another small tunnel on the other side that, winds for about 15 feet and then turns out of view. And again, looks strikingly similar just to the one you left. So you suspect if you keep following, that's going to lead you to a way out.
Cool.
So do you? Do you?
I think
Before
yes.
walking away from this mine tunnel, I am super curious to know what kind of noise possibly dug, because from all the info that Mordechai has shared, I don't believe people were digging down from the Druid tunnels. I think someone was digging up into the Druid tunnels.
Interesting observation.
And, well, because if they were, if Druids were going down, they would have dug. They would have just Druid crafted.
Well, yes, the tunnels would look the same.
Yeah, I'm curious to know. So, you said 6 feet tall and 5 feet wide?
Yep. Definitely not made for people of Kenna's height.
Question, if I cast light, wait, can light be cast on a body part?
Technically?
If I cast light on my nose, and then I wild shape, does my wild shape have light cast on its nose?
Yes?
We got ourselves a Rudolph.
We do.
Even better. I'm gonna look to the party, just be like, well done, it's above, but let's see my turn of this. I cast light on my nose, and then I wild shape into a black bear.
Okay.
Ah,
And we're going to put a Nikolai on our back now.
And then I begin the descent down the rocks. Do 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 do.
while that's happening, if Lars hypothesized that having dwarves in the area, from what he's seen in the fort,
Okay.
and seeing the way that this is mined,
Mm-hmm.
would this be the work of dwarves that have mined this?
Can I jump on Kenna's back?
Don't ask me. Ask Kenna.
That
You're
was
6
that was
feet
a
tall.
very weird
Yeah.
segue.
Yeah, that was a very weird segue. Lars, make me a history check.
I will make history check. While they sort themselves out.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
How
because
tall is
Nikolai
Lumber
would also be
tall.
thinking the
Shoulders,
same
right?
thing because we're getting near a dwarven fort. Can he also make a history check?
Nikolai should all be the only one getting on Kenna. Was his condition.
Sure.
Stop being selfish at all.
Even with the disadvantage. Come on, history checks. Never
I
fail
don't-
me.
I don't know if I should re-roll that.
I could.
Oh, gambling on that is actually kind of bad because in total that's a 17.
That's still pretty good.
I know, but I really wanted a 20.
Up to you. I can't reveal anything until you decide.
I know you can't, and I'm just thinking this. I'm trying to figure out if this is a kind of a grasping thin air, or is this actually deductible with a 15? And I think I'm going to stick.
You're gonna stay?
I'm going to stay at 17.
Okay. You and Nikolai, with you having provided the initial inspiration for the thought, Mordechai, you both sort of come to the conclusion that the likeliness of dwarves having dug up and into this tunnel is incredibly likely. Given that dwarves basically do two things. They are craftsmen and perfectionists, and their ability to build and work stone is almost second to none. The efficient digging and the types of tools of which the marks that were left behind Mordaheim that you saw absolutely fall in line with Dwarven mining. Likewise, Nikolai, as part of a Mason's merchant family, even though you probably don't, your whole crew isn't probably all dwarves, but you definitely have adopted some dwarven philosophies when it comes to mining. So seeing that, and after Mordaheim has pointed out, a lot of that makes sense. And given that the fortress is not too far nearby, and you knew there was some conflicts of some magnitude between the dwarves and people in the local area, it's not crazy that this is here. You don't know exactly where it'll lead, but it's going to lead to somewhere at some point where dwarves did exist.
Lars looks at Nikolai and goes, I hope that doesn't drop into the dragon area.
If it does, we won't need to worry about getting the door open. So that's something.
Yeah, I don't think Kalina will be happy if we just strode out of there from the inside.
Although,
Honestly, go ahead.
If these tunnels were often used, then there shouldn't be anything dangerous unless there's another door down there.
Well, to me... Go on,
Should-
Nikolai, sorry.
Often used 100 years ago, and things can find their way in here. If it does lead back to the fort, I don't think it leads back into that chamber. I think it leads back to probably somewhere near the river, because we would have seen we would have seen another pathway if it was extremely obvious. It may have been that entrance may have been destroyed by time, or it may just be flooded now.
What fascinates me, Nikolai, is the fact that these druids, they've had easy access to where we were constantly, and yet they decide the big wolf decided to walk out rather than use the caves. I'm just curious. I'm not planning anything. I'm just curious.
That depends on if they seem to have a lot of knowledge of the area, but that depends on if they have exact knowledge of the area and that specific tunnel. They could have not known that this was here. Overlooked it.
We might need
Maybe
to
not
ask.
used it.
We might need to ask Kenna to tell her new friends about any dealings that they've had with dwarves to get a better picture about what happened here.
And we cut away to Kenna. Is Gwen riding Kenna? I didn't know if you guys came to a conclusion on that.
No.
No. Is Gwen following Kenna?
Unless I want to run into a bear butt when I trip. I don't know how far down this thing goes, so I guess I'm gonna stick with Nikolai.
Okay, so everyone's up in the tunnel except Kenna then. Yep. How far down is Kenna interested in going?
read it.
Till I can't.
Fair enough. All right. 120 feet? 200 feet? 300 feet?
What am I smelling? Sulfur?
No.
Sweat? Is it humid?
It's a little humid.
Moldy?
It is not. It is a little humid. It is not moldy.
Has the humidity gathered on the rocks and all? It's all wet. Or is it just air humidity?
It's just in the air. It hasn't gathered on the rock.
And then like condensated. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. 400 feet. And at roughly about 500 feet is where this long, steep tunnel levels out finally. And with this Rudolph nose you have going on, you can see around you the remnants of what looks like some sort of forward camp there are some very old crates stacked onto one side, and you can very clearly see in the gravel at the ground where there were things that were moved or dragged away.
Hold on just a second. Here.
Damn it, Kyle. I want to inform you of all the things you have found. No? Okay.
What happened?
We could, yeah. His phone died, and he's been listening on his phone. So,
Ah.
It's alright.
La, la, la,
My
la.
dog went to make sure he found it safely.
Oh, that's important. Thank you, doggo.
Yeah. They will be returning shortly.
Re-
Oh, did you lose him? Nope, there he is. What kind of... Yep, I've got that.
Wait, will the phone revive immediately, or he's just gonna take it?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I thought I brought my charger in. My bad.
It's all good.
Okay, forward camp.
Forward camp. Yep, crates, drag marks in the gravel. And then on the other side, so it's roughly about 25 by 15. This small little oblong area you found. There's another tunnel on the other side. That the tunnel is about 3 times as wide, so it's about 15 feet across. Roughly the same height though, which is you're starting to realize is a bit of a trend. And then when you finally get down here, make a perception check for me. Let's see what your bear snout can sense.
All right, perception.
Yep.
So I rolled a 19,
Okay.
and because my phone died, there's my character sheet, but I have a +4, so 23.
Okay. Well, that's just great. You can smell beyond, in that tunnel that's in front of you, there is something sweet in the air.
Honey?
Foliage of some kind. It could be honey, who knows?
A bear would know.
A bear would know. In which case, it is not honey.
Oh, okay.
Could be flowers, though.
Okay. Flowers, you say?
I do say.
Do I know what kind of flowers?
Oh, that's a toughie. Nature check.
Oh, shite. That's my nature is a +5 because it's 1 beneath survival. So that's a 10.
No idea.
Okay. I sniff. Before advancing to the flowers, I'm going to put my snout back in the tunnel.
Yep.
Just like to not alert them.
Right.
And then I go sniffing. And I follow the sniffer.
You follow your sniffer. For the rest of you up in the tunnel, Nikolai and Gwen, you two hear this. The sort of, low, bear moaning sound that kind of echoes its way back up. It is obviously not threatened or in danger, more of just like a hey, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not dead.
You good down there? What you find?
This you don't hear, Kenna.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, in response to that, are any of you doing anything?
Here's Gwen.
Hi, it's Gwen.
Gwen and dog.
What's up? What's going on?
Right, I forgot you passing off the headphone thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you heard Kyle make the noise. Kenna, made a bear sound back up the tunnel, which you and Nikolai both pretty clearly heard, given your very keen passive perceptions. More or less alerting you that, Kenna's alive and not in danger, and is pursuing something interesting. I'm more or less asking what the group is doing in response to this, if anything at all.
Nikolai, anything from you? Out of character.
He just screamed down the tunnel like, "You good? What? You find anything?" And Kenna didn't hear it, so there was no response.
You want me to go check it out? To Nikolai.
Yeah. Up to you. It seems she made it down safely. If one person goes, you can probably carry them back up. Just be careful on the way down.
I'm sorry, I have a dog in my lap. Sure, yeah. I will go.
Okay. Well, I need you to make an acrobatics check for me.
Okay. Get down. Get down. Acrobatics, you say?
I do say.
I would like to spend an inspiration point.
Sure thing.
Stop. I have one more because I never reset my points from last time. I think it's you. I think you've cursed me. 11.
The good news is, when you begin the descent, and it's very slippery, you can't get any traction under your boots. Like, when you think you do, the gravel slides and you slip.
Sorry.
But you do this really awkward dance, half slide, where you're kind of leaning backwards and occasionally, like, landing on the armor covering your butt as you just kind of coast your way down. The DC was a 10, so you're not going to hurt yourself terribly. But you do have a couple of like, you know, quick intakes of breath when you're like, oh crap, is this going to be the moment where I tumble to my death? But no, you make it. Yeah, Edelweiss, if you're pointedly staring at Gwen, you'll see it for the first 100 feet or so, where Gwen makes the first slip up and then kind of rebalances and keeps going.
Nice. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, we know you just want to see Gwen suffer. Anyway, what's at the bottom?
You find a slightly opened, oblong-shaped campsite, or at least a remnants of one. It's about 25 feet long, 15 feet across. To the right, there are some stacked crates, which look very dwarven in style and nature. And then you can very clearly see in the gravel there are some heavy tracks or drag marks where things used to be but are no longer.
Is there a bear down here?
There is no bear down here.
Oh, there's no bear down here.
Yes, there's a tunnel on the other side of this oblong shape where even in this economy you can see the bear tracks.
Even in this economy.
Even in this
I'll call
economy.
back. Yeah. I'll call back up and say, I don't see her, but I see her tracks. I'm going to follow.
All right, if you'd be so kind, you can would you put Kenna back on the phone, please? Thank you.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, good. Jester. All right, Kenna. You pursue forward, going down this larger, wider tunnel. As you traverse, the sweet scent becomes more prominent. To the point that after you've gone about another 100 feet, you start to see little wisps of green foliage growing out from between the gravel and the rocks that you're currently traversing over. And then in front of you, your Rudolph nose begins to reveal to you where the cave mouth opens up, and you see worked stone tiles that create a wide platform. It's about 35 feet across, about 15 feet wide. And you can see there are battlements outlining it, and it wraps off and vanishes into the darkness to your left. It looks like you've found a dwarven installation of some kind.
I roar.
Gwen, you will hear this.
I roar super loud.
And as you do, it echoes.
Oh, no.
And carries.
What are you doing?
And carries.
Yep.
And carries.
Yep.
To the point that eventually it just peters out.
If it matters, I rolled an 18 for performance.
It was a very good bear roar. Pointedly, after a moment or two, there is a flurry of bats that you hear flapping somewhere nearby. They're chittering and wings flapping. But other than that, no noise otherwise.
Would the rest of the party possibly have heard my very large roar?
Gwyn did it. Nikolai's passive perception. Well, hang on. Sound is a little funny like that.
Gwen didn't?
Gwyn did. Gwyn definitely did.
If it's a small tunnel and it echoes that strongly, it's up to you.
Well, yeah, but you're not roaring into the tunnel behind you. You're roaring out, and the thing you roared out into ate your sound.
Open cap.
Yes. So Gwyn, you'll hear it. You're still in this what looks like, an old abandoned campsite of some sort. You're still there, and you can hear Gwyn roar. The rest of you guys don't.
Sounds like she found. I'm calling back up the tunnel. Sounds like she found something.
Okay, Nikolai, you'll hear this.
Repeat it to the other two. Sounds like Kenna has found something. Hello. So,
I'm gonna press
no,
on ahead.
Go down there.
Should
Continues.
we
Repeat that.
be accompanying, or is it better we just stay up here? Actually, I'm kind of slip trying to get down. It might be risky.
It should be fine for us to stay down here. So,
Dire,
Yes.
have anti-werewolf potion worn off yet? It's 5 days, or was it 4 days?
It's 5 days.
Okay.
I
so I've
do
got-
not have it marked when you took it.
It was the same night that Kenna took me to the Druid Circle.
Okay,
it
so the
was-
first night of the festival.
Yeah. So are we on day 5?
No, you are officially past it. This
All
is
right.
today. You would have woken up and the potion would have worn off.
Okay. Are there any other exits to this smaller cavern that I'm in?
Nope. 2 ways in and out. The one you just entered in from, and the one that you see Kenna's tracks going into.
Okay, good to know. I continue.
Okay.
I continue after Kenna at a brisk jog.
Right. And everyone else is staying up top. Just to clarify.
Uh,
yeah.
Lars is, he'll stay, but he really is curious.
He's antsy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
We will kill Nikolai if he falls. That's my concern.
If it makes you feel any better, I think I would kill just about anyone if you fell the full distance. Well, Kenna, you have basically a small window before Gwyn catches up to you. What is the next thing you do?
Just continue towards whatever these battlements are.
Okay. In which case,
Flowers.
yeah, sort of unceremoniously, Gwyn, you'll catch up. You can see pretty much the only source of light down here in front of you at the end of this tunnel. You'll catch up to Kenna pretty quickly. But just beforehand, Kenna, you walk forward, finally passing over the bit of a threshold where the gravel and the rock turns into worked tiled stone. In front of you, there are battlements that are roughly 5.5 feet tall, made in the exact same way and style as the fort you guys have been staying in for the last couple of days. And you can see kind of wrapped around the battlements and quite overgrown going down into the tiles, there are these thin green vines with these almost wisp-like leaves attached to them, and every so often there's a tiny little bulb of a very bright purple flower that is bloomed. It has these dark blue stamen in the middle. And they are what are giving off this very sweet smell. The battlements end to your right about 20 feet. They sort of just wrap off into an L, where it just stops and there's cave wall. But to your left, it seems to wrap around and continue going. And it is around now that you'll hear Gwyn crunching up behind you.
I just hear Gwen go, "Arr," and then I walk over to them. sniff it.
Okay. Very sweet. Kind of smells like a lilac. It is not something you've seen before.
And the battlement's only 5 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
Go to climb over it.
Okay.
Is this flower something I've seen before?
Nature check.
Or would be familiar with? Yeah.
Kenna, as you raise yourself up on your hind legs and your nose, the light from your nose bleeds out over the edge of the battlements to beyond, all you see is an enormous drop-off that the light vanishes after a certain point and it's just darkness.
Nature check?
Yep.
11.
You are not familiar with these.
12.
You're still not familiar with these.
I can't do math. Good to know. Can I divine sense?
Sure.
I'm gonna divine sense and see what is going on around here. See if there's anything out of the ordinary that I can smell.
Oh, I just realized.
Sure. Let's see. Anything that you might notice. Celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you. You discover none of these. But, an addendum, because I never told you, I was never going to tell you what these were, but I was going to reveal them to you as you continued being a good girl. As you reach out with your divine sense, Gwen, while you normally can tell when something of those variations hits you, they give off an aura, and especially to your more acute senses, you can actually smell them, to the point that certain undead creatures have very particular scents, and you can track them like that. Now, when you use your divine sense, you can actually see all this plant life. It glows in threads, and it kind of creates this almost like this almost luminescent maze that allows you to partially, you can see it growing on the other side of the stone, where you can see this sort of very intricate network of vines and flowers that have grown, even though you can't physically see them, but you know they're attached on the underside of the stonework. And you just in all 60 feet around you, you're just surrounded by this glowing web-like network of plant life.
But this isn't an aura that I recognize?
You've been able to do something like this once before. It was a while ago.
Is this pre-campaign?
Yes.
Okay. Owl does not remember if we talked about this or not.
Oh no, I've never told you jack about this.
Oh, okay.
It is
No.
but it is an old power from a connection that you have previously not had very close ties with recently.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, some of it is being restored. And your divine sense extends to plants now.
Good to know. Would I know if I could harvest from this plant based on the aura that it's giving me, based on what I remember of this ability?
The aura tells you that this plant is poisonous.
Okay.
You absolutely can harvest it, and it would make a very deadly poison.
I'm going to be very careful in doing so, and very respectful.
You can make me an herbalism kit check.
Okay. Buddy, you're gonna have to get out of my lap.
Dexterity based, please.
Dexterity? We'll just do this. And roll 20.
Because you're trying to be delicate.
Yeah. Bob. Tracks.
You managed to gather 4 samples.
Okay. Yep, that's what I've got, and then I just continue following Kenna. Which is a little smile on her face as she goes, and she's keeping her eyes out. I don't know how long Divine Sense lasts, but as long as
It's a pulse.
Okay.
It's a pulse.
Yeah. She's got a little smile on her face.
Kenna, what are you doing?
I mean, I'm paused up on a battle mage. I can't see the drop-off bottom.
No. You see no bottom at all.
What about Al? Like eye level with me, like Al.
Yeah. Al can't see, well, Gwen can't see anything
Like,
for...
If I can't see a bottom
Yeah.
where I'm looking, and I see outward to a back
Oh,
wall.
outward. No.
Okay.
Other than the immediate cave wall that is attached to the thing you're walking on, you can see nothing outwards in front of you.
I follow the ramped palisade around to the left, like you said it did.
Okay.
And you can scope that out.
You'll follow the walkway around the outer edge, and you will come upon a structure with a metal door that is affixed shut. However, when you get here, it is very plain to see the plant growth has completely overtaken the building and the walkway entirely. But underneath, there are very obviously signs of something, some sort of altercation that occurred here. The stonework here is very scarred up from what looks like enormous claw marks. What?
I said, how enormous? I put my bear paw up to it to see a size.
Bigger than your bear paw, but not like not twice as big, but bigger than your bear paw.
Damn.
So I think it would have been kind of connected to like winter wolves,
Maybe.
or like size-wise. I mean, like I'm trying to get like.
Oh yeah, size. Okay, yeah, size variation. That's probably a pretty good comparison. Like not explicitly winter wolves, but yeah, the size of a winter wolf claw. Yeah, that's probably a bit better.
Okay. I try to just push my weight against the door as a bear.
It groans, but does not give.
There's no handles.
There is a handle.
I like try to cut the plants away with my paws, and like if my paw fits on a handle, or like if the handle is like one of these types of things, if I can slide the paw in it and try to pull, then I'll try that as well.
All right. You can cut the plants away. And you can try to open the door. What up? Okay.
Using my nose.
Yep. Bears. Am I right?
Hey, they get into people's houses all the time.
They do. Well, make me a sleight of hand check
As a bear.
as a bear. Meanwhile, Gwen just sort of sitting there with her hands on her hips like, this should be fun.
Almost not terrible.
Just watching. I'm gonna let this happen and see what happens. I'm just vibing.
Yeah.
My on sheet does not have my bear stats, so I rolled an 11.
Okay.
Plus whatever a bear dexterity is.
All right. Let me just quickly.
How dexterous are bears?
Not terribly undexterous, but not super dexterous. You know, somewhere in between. Let's check it out. A hot plus 0. So an 11. The door handle does not budge, despite your best bear efforts. One might say a bare minimum. Yeah.
Need some help with that?
I hear Gwen look back, and I just
come over and I try to help the bear open the door.
Well, with your slightly more obvious grip, Gwen, it's pretty clear the door is locked.
Opposable thumbs, am I right?
Yeah. All the rage nowadays.
It's locked, and the door is well and good not budging. Like, if you turn it and just give it a shake, like, there's almost no give to it.
It's locked pretty tightly. We could try to break it.
Just on my paws and like point towards the where we came in at, trying to give very clear signs of like we need the party.
Yeah. You think this is the other side of the fort? The other side of that wall Helena didn't want us going.
Bear just shakes its head like it doesn't know.
Alright. What else is in this cavern?
This is it.
A big black abyss.
Yeah.
This is it?
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's a wrapping walkway of stone tile with battlements on it that peer out into big black abyss, and the walkway wraps around to where there's this building built into the side of the cave, and that's it.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to call for the rest of the party.
Okay.
I think we found something pretty interesting. We could use some hands down here.
Nikolai, you can hear fine.
Repeat it to the group up here. Yeah, I guess we better start making our way down.
You should do what you did yesterday and levitate. I don't think it's wise of you to walk down.
I'll do it if I start slipping real bad. Have
Gwen
it ready.
had trouble, and she's much more sure-footed. Are you absolutely confident?
I'll use it when I start tripping.
Very well. And I'll start making my way down, and I'll cast guidance
Okay.
as I do.
Acrobatics check. Your DC is a little easier because you have unique appendages that make it easier on you. Anyway, so you make it fine. It's a long descent, but you do so with ease.
Unique appendages.
Yeah, goat's feet. Okay, who's next?
Nikolai will go. How does the inspiration point system work with disadvantage?
It essentially gets rid of. No, that's a great question. Before I misquote something, I'm gonna go reread the actual rules before I make an assumption about how my own system works.
Just to quickly mention in the meantime, I had to BRB real quick because I was really desperate. But I'm thinking just to roleplay this. Lars is probably like still thinking about what can be done with Dandelight and has not realised that people have started going down. And he's just like, yes, staring at the ceiling, thinking,
oh look, people are gone.
Drat.
Oh,
Let's go follow.
it says you can choose between the additional die and the die you would have had to use otherwise.
In which case, when you roll disadvantage, it's the lower of the two rolls, and then the inspiration point lets you roll a third one, and you pick between the lowest from the disadvantage, and then your new roll from the inspiration.
Okay then. Yeah, like I will take that. So he'll start making his way down.
All right, give me an acrobatics check.
Inspiration point, just to throw that in there.
Yeah,
Roll.
yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw that coming. Yeah.
I'll use that.
Yeah, 21's way better than a 9. Okay. Nikolai, you likewise have a safe descent using some of your psionic abilities to help you keep your balance. Even occasionally using them to cushion yourself from where you might have otherwise slipped. And last but not least, Mr. Mordaheim.
Mordheim will turn around and go, yes, they must have gone down.
Yes.
Down I go.
As you
And
see
I'll take a running jump.
as you see a floating torch making its way down the tunnel.
Running jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna yeet myself down a mine shaft.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Acrobatics check, Mordaheim.
Oh, kind of what I'm good at, I think.
Yeah, you're pretty good at it.
Oh yeah, duh. Not 20.
Yep.
That's a 24 full.
Yeah, so all of you get down there. Gwen's just sort of waiting for y'all to make your descent. Edelweiss arrives first, safe and sound. Nikolai, who everyone's kind of worried about, they mom him a little bit when he gets to the bottom. Like, are you okay? And he's like, no, he's fine. And then you guys, as you guys are worrying over him, you just see you see Mordaheim just arrive Legolas style, sliding down out of the tunnel, and he just gets up and kind of brushes a little bit of dust off of his coat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All set?
you do fine.
No showing off, just striding through.
Yeah,
nothing.
just arrives, keeps going.
I'm sorry. Y'all good?
Yeah. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What seems to be the problem? What have you found?
There's a bit of a structure. There's a structure down here. Some battlements. Kenna and a locked door. So she's a little frustrated. Let's get a move on. Also, don't eat the flowers.
Don't eat the flowers. Check out the battlements. Got it. We'll carry
Unlock
on.
the door. And I lead them to where we were.
Yep. So Gwen will lead you guys through this 15-foot wide tunnel. That the loose gravel and rock will eventually give way to worked tile and stone, which looks very familiar to the dwarven architecture above ground. This has seen significantly less wear and tear, but it is completely overgrown by thin green vines with tiny leaves on them, and dotting along every couple of inches or so are these very beautiful purple flowers with the dark blue stamen in them. They wrap up onto these dwarven-made battlements, which once more look very familiar, that when you look out beyond them, vanish into just complete and utter darkness. And to the left of you, it wraps around where there is a squat stone structure.
Oh, wait, I see the flowers.
Yes.
Can I attempt to identify them?
You can make a nature check.
I want to make a check. They're also very nice flowers.
They are very pretty.
Can I guidance this?
I wouldn't see why not.
Oh, nope. Not gonna happen. Not happening,
Yeah,
friends.
nope. Even foreign to you. They do smell incredibly sweet. Alright. After taking a moment to, and ha at everything that you see, you come around to the somewhat larger than average Kenna black bear with the Rudolph nose. And again, squat stone structure. It's about 8 feet tall at its highest point, with a well-made stone and metal door that is blocking entry.
This place, is it?
Near Kalina or something else?
They're special flowers. I'll tell you what, but hop down.
I scratch at the door.
Could be.
Edelweiss will not hop down.
Get off of me, Edelweiss.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Any lockpicking proficiencies among the lot of you?
I mean, Lars will say. I've had to try and get my way into people's places before. I can give it a go, but I don't guarantee. I'm not proficient in it, but I've had to do it before.
What? No, never mind. I wouldn't know this, I don't think.
Wouldn't know what.
Oh, I just thought Kalina had said she had come with someone the first time, but I don't think I was nearby to listen to that conversation.
Lars would inspect
Or like there
the
was someone
door.
else who had been taken.
Her sister.
Sisters. She informed. Yeah, I'll just quickly correct that information because misinformation is silly, except where relevant. No, Kalina said she and her sisters were taken from Viridian a very long time ago, and you would have later learned that entities like her were responsible for guarding Viridian, and there were hundreds of them. So it isn't just like it isn't like two people, one a familiar tie. There was a small group of these people.
Yeah, and who would have said that they didn't have like more than one there, tree guardian?
Mm.
But I don't think I'd always for that. So.
Well, would Modahain like to try his hand at this exquisite dwarven lock?
Yeah, I'll try.
And we're gonna guidance that, seeing him try.
Starts getting his tools out. Do you have some thieves' tools proficiency?
No.
You have Tinker's tools proficiency at the very least.
Yes.
All right. Make me a Tinker's tools check. But with hang on, let me think about the type of lock this is. With intelligence.
Okay. With what? What is it? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna get a plus from.
Yeah. So intelligence and your proficiency bonus. So a 2 plus whatever your intelligence mod is.
Yeah.
Would also. I don't know if
D4.
you allowed this before we find out the result of that.
Oh,
Would
let me just roll a
spend
D4.
side point and
Let
tap.
me just roll a d4.
It's
a 1.
The D4, just to make.
I mean, 15 is a threshold, at least.
Okay. Can I tap him with future insight and add whatever that rolls to that? Would you allow that?
You don't know the outcome of the roll, so sure.
Okay, so I will do the 3d4 because it's a little bit more fun. So add 8 to 15.
Okay. With a little bit of help, Modahain, with a bit of guidance and some insight, you are... And it's unusual because both of these abilities aren't just, they tap you and you just feel smarter. No, they kind of give you brief visions and glimpses in moments where you're about to do something with the task you were working on, and then you get a flash to do something else. And you sort of just instinctively follow it. So it's a bit weird and unnerving at first when you just get these repeated flashes of different things to do. But at the end of that, you successfully managed to dismantle a part of the interior locking mechanism, and the door handle kind of goes limp. So it's just sort of sitting now at a where it was at a 90-degree horizontal. It's now vertical. It just sort of wobbles there for a moment and then lies still. The door just kind of lazily drifts open about a quarter inch.
Lars will put away his stuff and he'll turn around to Nikolai and Edelweiss and go, "That was pretty cool what you did. Thank you. You really helped me. You guys really helped me out there."
It's fun. It's fun when you're not viewing your own death constantly.
A light chuckle and he'll turn around and go, "Well, the door's open. What the next?"
door's open.
Yep.
Can my bare foot kind of fit through it?
Yes.
And I run through it.
Bear goes inside. Make me a... No, I'm kidding.
What can I see through a crack? What can we see?
Well, there's no crack. The door is just swung wide open by Big
Okay.
Kenna Bear.
What do we all see?
Well, with the help of Dark Vision from Edelweiss and
Light.
Torchlight from the rest of you, and Kenna Bear knows, because you guys just can see everything, this initial room is 20 by 20. There is a large window on the east side of the room, to which there is a long table. On either side of the table, there are weapon racks. And on the far left side, there are 3 tall cabinets. There is a open doorway on the far side of the wall, the northern side of the wall, that goes into another room. Edelweiss, you can see bits and pieces of what looks like furniture, stone and metal chairs, and tables.
Kenna continues to walk through any open doorway she can find.
Okay, Kenna, you will find yourself very quickly in what looks like to put it kind of simply, a break room. There are 4 squat square tables with 4 tables on each side, or 4 chairs on each side, rather. Another large window that peers out into darkness. There is one side where there are a series of floor-to-ceiling cabinets, and there's about 12 cabinets in total. And then another door that goes beyond, and as you're going, you're starting to realize it's starting to curve ever so slightly, like it's following the curve of the cavern itself. But there is no door between there and there, so you can just keep going. Kenna's just marching on.
No plants?
Basically, just clearing the building.
I follow. Does it look like there's dust or like the area has been undisturbed for a long period of time?
You can make me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
While she's doing that, would Lars think that from the fort is this of similar construction and similar sort of design?
Yes.
Okay.
Given your astute observations of Stenmere, you know this is very similar.
16.
16.
18?
18?
Plus 1.
Plus 1, 17.
All right, it was neither of the first numbers. Okay. Gwen, looking around, it's fairly clear no one's been here in some time.
Okay.
Question.
Maybe
What are you
answer.
clearing?
What's the temperature compared now that we're pretty far from the Druid Cavern tunnels?
It's humid.
And warm, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, it's not warm. It's like a balmy 80.
Yeah, that's pretty warm.
It's worth noting to both Gwen and Mordaheim, because Gwen was investigating, but Mordaheim, you have a bit of a good understanding of Dwarven architecture, and because you spent quite a lot of time getting to know Stenmere. This installation, while it follows the traditional architecture of Dwarven forts, unlike the rest of Stenmere, but very much like the locked room down below, it is gilded. It has very intricate, finely done gold decoration on the interior that basically gold lines, gold dwarven runes, and there's a depiction of, if you are so brazen as to follow Kenna, in the second room above the door frame between the 2 rooms, there is the exact same gold dragon head profile etched into the stone.
Lars would look over to Nikolai and say, this looks like the fancy room from where Kalina is staying. I think you need to put your special hat on.
He's had it on the entire time, yeah.
He never takes it off. Even when
No,
he's
he really
exhausted.
doesn't. Yep. He can read your chronic with it. Why not? Oh, does the depiction have the same runes as the door?
No. Those runes are not present here. Just the icon, the profile. While you guys are kind of just like, taking in your observations, Kenna keeps pushing through. Kenna, you will arrive in a room that on one side has a large, what looks like stone desk with a large chair behind it. It is placed against the back to, yet again, another window that peers out into this large, lightless abyss. On the far side, there are a set of stairs that descend downward. But there is still yet another door on the other side. This time it is closed. There is a closed door. And for the door does not open. Not by you, but not by you shouldering it, at least.
Can I come over and try the handle?
Sure you can. The door will open. It was not locked. It was just closed.
Sort of let it swing open on its hinges.
Inside, you find another similar-sized room. It's 20 by 20, except there is a single flat stone bed, as is sort of traditional for dwarves. A tall cabinet that looks like an armor cabinet. On the far side, there is what looks like a floor-to-ceiling mirror, which has some very beautiful gold dragon motifs about it. And once again, a large open window that peers out into the cavern beyond. It looks like a personal bedroom of some kind.
Going back to the stone desk, I'm like looking around, just like nuzzling everything with my nose. Does it seem like there's drawers on it?
There are drawers. There are 3.
Okay. There are 3?
Yeah, the under desk drawer where someone would sit, and then one on either side.
Okay. I just make a noise to like and like kind of paw at them.
Sure. Real quick. Real fast. Everyone else, where are you and what are you doing? Assume you are aware of the 3 of the 4 rooms that have been discovered so far.
Yeah.
Where would you place yourself and doing what?
Are there more plants around, or is it just kind of stop?
The plants stop at the door.
Aww.
It was the stone and metal door you guys had to open was completely flush with the stone. It made it impossible for the plants to grow in.
I see.
Interesting.
Okay, two things
Wait.
that Mordheim would be doing. Go on.
There was an abyss, right? At one point,
Excuse me?
there was an abyss, right, where it
A
just
bit-
dropped off.
A big dark open space. Yeah, it's like, so if you guys are standing outside the building, if you look to your right and step 5 feet where you hit the battlement walls, if you just look over them, black nothingness. You could step off and probably fall for who knows how long.
Were there plants there? Or I just want to know where where they were concentrated.
The plants
If it was
are grown onto the battlements, but when you look out past the battlements, you can see nothing. It is too dark. Even your dark vision does not see anything.
yeah. I'm just wondering if you could see, if you look down to like where it drops off, plants would be growing down, or
I mean, some rough geometry. You can kind of see on the part of there's a slight curve in the cave wall below. If you decide to like do one of these over the edge to try to see, you can see that there is some flowers on the periphery of your dark vision, and they're kind of growing in this immense network of vines along the cave wall, snaking their way up.
I just kind of want to see if I know where they're coming from, or like
somewhere
somewhere.
down below.
That's all I want now.
Yeah, that's it. And they're fairly dense. Again, it's a huge, thick carpet of green vines, and every 2 or 3 inches there's a flower. So there's hundreds of these things that you guys have walked past already.
Huh, interesting, but go to what Ryan was gonna say.
Ryan,
Mordechai, as he's walking through, he's going to be taking in any particular oddities about each room. And did you mention there was weapons?
There were weapon racks.
But no weapon.
So, there are 2 weapon racks on either side of the long table in the first room. Most of them are empty. But on one rack in particular, there are 2 what appear to be dwarven crossbows left. Of which you guys, as a lot of marchers, should be intimately familiar with, because this is where the concept for them came from. They are the double-handled pump-action crossbows that I introduced you to in the Marches game. So they are incredibly heavy and very powerful.
Quickly, sort of do a quick sketch of them, and then he will wander through the other rooms. Like I said, taking in any irregularities in each room, if there is such a thing.
Well, investigation check, Mordechai.
Investigation. I do not like that roll. I think I'm going to spend another point. Yeah, that is a total of 7. I'm going to re-roll that.
Okay.
That's a 15.
Okay.
Total.
There is nothing that stands out greatly to you as an irregularity. Again, you have a close family friend that is Dwarven, and while he is not entrenched in his culture, he would tell you about it, and you can see bits and pieces of it and how he would work and the way he keep his workspace. Everything here looks to be in order, with the sole exception of it's clearly abandoned. But it was abandoned in such a state that it doesn't look like everyone left in a hurry, like there was an emergency and then they all died. It just looked like they stopped coming here one day. But then you have several of the weapons that are missing, signs that there was something that drew them away, that they spent time preparing for, and it looks like they just never returned. Otherwise, the place looks completely habitable.
I'm just saying that Lars is maybe about to do another Sherlock Holmes on this.
Well,
but he'll want to... Sorry, go on.
No, I said you can always try.
Yeah, Lars is just going to walk his way through and meet up with Gwen and Hagi at the other place, and he'll be stood thinking quite hard.
Nikolai.
Would just generally be following Bearkenna, noting the structure and general things like that, if there are any oddities and things. Other than that, not really. He's still tired, so he's not really paying attention.
Right.
Well, he's paying attention, but just not looking too deep into it like he usually would.
Okay. Well, in which case, you more or less all congregate into the large, what appears to be like an office-like room with the desk in it, with Kenna drawing attention to the drawers for Gwen to attempt to open them.
Sure thing. I'll try some drawers.
Okay. Gwen, when you try, they do not budge. And there is no apparent lock or mechanism to them otherwise. They are just handles.
Can I detect magic on them?
I don't know, can you?
I can.
Will you?
I would like to.
Okay. So you're casting a spell.
Yes.
Gotcha.
What a weird way to get around.
Well, no, I was actually trying to figure out that's what was happening. Because some people would say, I'd like to detect magic for this item. And they mean, can I find out if it has magical properties by making a check? Versus someone casting a spell, detect magic.
Okay. Good to know. I will be more concise in my wording.
Yes,
I am
just...
detect magic.
Yes, state. I am casting detect magic, and I will know what you mean. Versus, I would like to detect if there is magic.
Alright.
Sorry, I run into this all the time. Okay, you cast detect magic. Gwen, there are several things in this room that are magical. The window that is back facing this wall, magical. This whole desk, magical. The chair, magical. The large golden profile of the dragon's head on the floor, magical.
They're all mimics.
No, they would have been eating you by now if they were. And besides, mimics aren't magical. That you know of.
That I know of. What School of Magic's on the desk?
The School of Magic that is on the desk is Abjuration.
Duration.
Yep.
Or action magic.
Yeah, let's not go fooling with this. Seems like a big old box of nasty surprises. Unless somebody else can manage to pry the sort of spell off of it. Can I go check out the window?
Right.
What's up with the window?
I could identify it.
By all means.
Go over, start touching up the desk. Try and decipher if there's like magic command word or anything. Good old identify. Use a psi point for that.
Sure. So real quick, because Gwen, you have detect magic up. It's an aura for 10 minutes. So I'll just quickly tell you what the types of magic that you see in the room. The desk is covered in abjuration magic. The sigil in the center of the room, where the where someone would be standing in front of the desk, is evocation, and the window is divination.
Oh.
I point all of those out. I point all of that out.
Yeah, Nikolai. As you cast Identify on the desk, you learn that it is sealed by a variation of the arcane lock spell, and that it will only open when the owner of the desk is within range. However, when you approach Nikolai and you touch it for this spell casting, you hear a mechanism in the desk unlock itself.
The helmet.
Says the bear.
Oh.
Sorry.
Roar.
The helmet.
Where was the unlocking sound coming from the desk? Is it on the side of the drawers, or is it like
It just sounded like it came from the center of the desk.
look without touching? Is there any like obvious change?
Nope.
I don't like that noise. That's a scary noise. Why not? Playing with fire. Let's try one of the desk drawers.
Okay. Nikolai, you open one of the desk drawers.
See if you go.
Everyone. No, I'm kidding. Nikolai, as you open the desk drawer, inside there is a shallow top layer for the drawer. So the drawer is like this tall. It's about 16 inches deep. But the top part of the drawer has words are hard sometimes. Has a dip of only about 3 to 4 inches, where you can see there's a handful of relatively mundane appearing things, although all very finely made, such as there are a couple bottles of ink, stoppered ink. There is a long cylindrical metal tube with a sharp pointy end on it, which if you want to make a history check on it, you're more than welcome to. Out of character, it's a pen. It's a dwarven pen.
It's a pen.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just gonna take the ink because he knows what ink is. Hey, he got his ink back.
Yeah, you know it's a dwarven writing implement of some kind, but you don't know how to use it.
I'll take it away.
Yeah. Then there are papers. There is a seal, and there is a partially burned down candle, which looks like it was used for sealing envelopes.
Are the papers blank?
Yes. This literally looks like the
Hey,
man's
he also
stationery.
got his paper back.
Yeah,
Good, he got his papers back
there
too that
are
were stolen.
there are 15 sheets of very old dwarven paper.
Hey, could have some use.
Yeah.
Is there any? Can I scrounge around and see if there's like any hidden compartments or anything? Like a tap tap tap. Is it more hollow than the shape would suggest?
Yes. Which it doesn't take you a whole lot of probing. You can grab the lip of this drawer and you can push it back, and it reveals below it several more compartments. Inside, you see there are 2 small lockboxes stacked on top of one each other on the far back side. And then in what looks like something that is about a foot long, and then has several hexagonal columns cut out of it. You ever been to an arcade where a guy dispenses quarters from his belt? It looks like one of those, but for dwarven coinage. There are 6 slots, 2 silver, 2 gold, 2 platinum, and they're stacked full. At a glance, it's about 25 coins deep.
And they're stacked full. Can you go ahead and take the coinage? Are the coins worth anything in the modern Eldarth economy?
If they're just made out of gold, platinum, and silver, it's gold, platinum, and silver.
Okay, yeah, then he'll take them.
Which is to say, maybe there might be a collector somewhere that might pay more for these.
Okay. Who knows? He now has dwarven coinage. Okay.
Yeah, so the coinage, the 2 lockboxes, and there is a broad, flat, harsh, angled dagger. That kind of suits traditional dwarven ideology in terms of weapon styles. It has a very pretty gold embossed dragon for its pommel and crossguard. This is just one drawer.
He'll grab it and he'll show it to Gwen. Is this magical?
It is.
Hey. Oh, I have an idea what this is. The other go through the other drawers.
Okay.
Yep.
So the middle drawer, you open up, and is completely scarce, save for one thing, which is a gold chain with a gold pendant on it that looks like the gold dragon profile that you've seen on everything else here.
Grab it, show Gwen. Is this magical?
Yes, Gwen, it is magical.
It's magical.
Hey.
What kind of magic on it?
Cool.
The things you have identified are... hang on, let me double check the magic type real quick. Oh, no, hang on. It's evocation magic.
Good to know.
Oh, on the pendant? Okay. What about the dagger?
Yeah, evocation.
Okay, cool. Then the drawer underneath it then? The last drawer?
The last drawer on the right has a similar shallow drawer. which has what looks like a stack of documents tucked away into folders. They are loosely tied shut with a thin gold chain. Underneath that, you note that there is a small box, approximately 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches. And then behind that is another box, this time like the lock boxes on the left, but much more square than they were rectangular. So much so that this one is 16 by 16 by 4.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Take all those. Okay. And the another hollow. Oh, is that what was in the hollow drawer? Nothing else.
Yeah. No, that was the hollow drawer was what looked like the papers tucked in the folder with the gold chain wrapped around it. And then when you push it back, the lower half of the drawer, the larger half of the drawer, was the small 3 by 3 by 3 box, and then the larger 16 by 16 by 4.
And he might as well. He'll also grab the documents too.
Sure.
So I'll grab all those things out. Any of the lock boxes magical? Show him
all of them.
They are all magical.
And they also all contain something magical. The little one, the 3 by 3 by 3, the box is not magical, but it does contain something within that is magical and radiates divination magic.
Cool.
I relay this information.
Okay.
And as Gwen relays that,
Thank you.
and as Nikolai piles all of these goodies on top of the desk, you all stand inside what is a long, abandoned dwarven installation somewhere beneath the surface of the earth. And we're going to pick up next week there. So, thank you to everyone that tuned in and watched. Thank you all for playing. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'm glad Nikolai didn't die. I was afraid of that all week long. And here we are, hopefully, you guys discovering a little bit more about what happened to this fort and the inhabitants here before, along with the long ancient conflict that may have killed them off. And I guess we'll find out more about that next week. I guess until then, Happy New Year, everybody. And stay safe, make good choices, don't drink and drive, and above all else, stay frosty.